Flight Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.
Flight Sports TV, that's where it's at.
Flight Sports TV.
Yes, sir. We're back live with one of those things. And listen, you have an opportunity to be a part of what is going on here tonight at Flight Sports TV. Shout out to Flight Sports TV, the machine, the voice of the voiceless, the people's champ, the hottest in these streets. Shout out to the panel as it reaches its premium peak. And shout out to the chat and all of its cacophony spewing out of the cracks and crevices of Flight Sports block. And listen, I cannot stress this enough. I cannot stress this enough. Big ups to everybody pulling up the Flight Sports block. I don't care how you park. Get out your car. Leave your keys. You're safe. Nothing will happen. We don't flirt and fraternize with thieves. You will not get a ticket. And if someone tries to find you, we pick up all costs here at Flight Sports TV. But listen, before I continue what's on the menu, please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and hit that notification bell so you won't miss one iota of an exuberant experience. Listen, I'm a man of grace. I'm a man of chivalry. I honestly believe chivalry is not dead. Call it what you want. Simp, lame, trick, whatever. Call it what you want. But I'm a man of chivalry and I'm a man of grace. And I'm also a man that stand up and celebrate other men in a manly fashion. And right now, I want to give kudos to our guy, Flight, for inviting us to a front row seat to witness this extravaganza. We have on the plate tonight a illustrious title. And in honesty, we all have to admit, we really rock with this title. Because inquisitive mind wants to know. Hello. Inquisitive minds wants to know what the hell LaMelo Ball and Miles Bridges can do to help chaperone along Brandon Miller in his tour of duty in the NBA with the Charlotte Hornet uniform, as the Hive is curious. The hive is inquisitive. What can be done? Uh-oh, I hear the doorbell. Somebody is coming into the neighborhood. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Uncle Burns, salute to you. OG, icon, legendary in these YouTube streets.
You cut out, Dex.
A grand cutting up. Tell me that bullshit
You cut
stuff.
out.
Hey,
You cut out, Dex.
I know. Can you hear me now? If you can't hear me, just go ahead and talk until I get back in.
Okay, I can cut out. Oh, okay, that'll work, Dex. Thank you, Dex.
Yeah, I was
trying to.
I was introducing you as a iconic legend.
I appreciate that, Dex. I'm gonna tell you something, Dex. I'm gonna tell you, you know what? If I was shouting Hornets, you know what I'm trying to figure out and try to focus on. This rookie class that just came in. Them young boys can do something. Focus on that. If they focus on that Bradley Middle and that scoop stuff, they're gonna lose focus on them winning. They're gonna lose focus on them succeeding. They really need to stay real focused because they got two weapons out there. They got that Brandon Miller and that Smith Jr. guy. He's not bad at all, Dex. And a lot of them fans really need to take notice of that because they getting caught up in that name game, that Scoop and that Brandon Miller and the other wooden bean thing. They really get caught up into that and they lose focus on what's really going on out there in Charlotte. Charlotte got a whip out there and they real good. And they need to they need to do some house cleaning as far as those guards that they have because they're not dependable. So they have a problem with that. That here lies their problem. If you want to help Charlotte, pray that they get rid of them bombs. Can you hear me, Dex? Okay.
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear, Uncle Burn. Now,
yeah,
when you mention bombs, what perspective are you using? It's just a
I mean, I know. Okay, well,
a metaphor.
Well, when I use that as a metaphor, when I say bums, I know they're not bums. They're filthy rich. I mean, $120 million, man. You're not a bum. You're not living on Skid Row. I don't mean them type of bums. I mean a bum that sit up there and that have a job and won't even come to do it. He just sit up there and just get the money. Hey, us welfare bums. Yeah, them welfare bums, Dex. Thank you, Dex. You're right. Yeah, they get welfare, Dex. And I'm going to tell you something else, too, Dex. They don't even show up to work, Dex. They take every vacation they can, and they get a whole lot of sick leave. Yeah, they work in the system. I call them bums. I'm sorry, Dex, but then, hey, welfare. Yeah, that's what they are, welfare. Yeah.
Now the Charlotte Hornets, listen, a lot of people get on flight case for dwelling into the Charlotte Hornets with such tight interest, and they don't understand that the Charlotte Hornets coveted something rare. In 2020, in that draft, the third pick of the draft, which the Charlotte Hornets was awarded, they got their hands on rare material.
Yeah.
And this rare raw material someday will be a collector's item in a Charlotte Hornets uniform, if not already now. Someday this will be classic material. I'm talking about the guy who wore number 2 in his rookie season, and he explained the reason why he wore number 2 out of any other available number is because first, 1 wasn't available, and second, number 2 was his brother's inaugural number coming into the league, and he wanted to dedicate his inaugural season into the league to his big older brother, Lonzo Ball. So this is the reason why LaMelo Ball chose number 2 out of any available number that the Charlotte had for him to choose from. Because number 1 was taken, and number 1 wasn't and
Break it up, Dex.
it cost LaMelo about
Good.
mic check.
Okay, I can
Still
hear you
breaking
now.
up? Yeah. Well, and it cost
Yeah,
LaMelo
coming
2
in. Now
years.
you okay now?
Yeah, it cost LaMelo 2 years of service with the number 2 jersey. So it wasn't like Charlotte was shamming LaMelo, like most people was trying to narrate or spew out sparsely throughout the YouTube landscape. It was some of LaMelo's fault as well. Now, LaMelo has his number, right? And the first year he was able to adorn himself with the number 1, he was plagued with injuries. Lower body injuries, lower extremity injuries. One of the most common injury places for basketball players and sports player in general, and that is the ankles. So, with all that said and done, people went out to blame and started the blame game on everything except LaMelo. They went out and blamed everybody except LaMelo and LaMelo's choice of shoes. Now LaMelo's coming in to the second version of wearing number 1 as his number of choice. Because the first season with number 1, it didn't fare well. It kept him out of basketball for a long time. He had his flashes when he was healthy, but then he re-injured himself again. Charlotte said, that's it, shut it down. Let's address the issue. So LaMelo came back stronger than ever. He went to go hang out with family, kicking with Pops, out there eating tacos at one of his favorite taco locations. And it was all fair and game. So now we get into the draft aspect and the Charlotte Hornets percentage at getting the number 1 overall draft. They didn't get it, but they got close as hell. And in this instance, we're not saying close is only good for horseshoes. In this instance, we're actually saying close is gravy. This is gravy. Because they had basically the pick of the litter. We know outside of 1, which was Wembanyama, was the prize of the draft. But Charlotte Hornet had their destiny in their hands. They didn't have to wait till nobody dropped to them. If you didn't get number 1, then you got the second best opportunity to get the best player available that was left on the board. Or with them out there in the war room, there was not frantic in the war room anymore because Wembanyama was off the board. Now they have the opportunity to work out a plethora of talent that was left in that 2023 draft. And the 2 guys that piqued their interest was Brandon Miller and Scoot Henderson. They were stirred to the point that Michael Jordan himself LaMelo Ball himself wanted to see a second look and wanted to be present live in the building on the second workout for the Charlotte Hornets draft staff. And let it be known, Brandon Miller won out. He sold himself, and he sold himself very well to be liked above Scoop and to be ushered in as a Charlotte Hornets new, improved talent to help LaMelo Ball and the Charlotte Hornets get to the next level. That is a playoff game, a playoff series. Not playing, because they done that already. They did that 2 years in a row, and that was with the old coach. So with the new coach, who have experience in bringing multiple teams into playoff contention and eventually being awarded a playoff slot. And Cliffy, yep, old Cliffy. So Miles Bridges get into an incident, which was utterly ugly. That was a very ugly situation because since 1994, after the O.J. Simpson trial, domestic violence on women, particularly, but domestic violence as a whole has been under the microscope, and especially in California, which is the worst state to have a domestic violence issue or incident, and having to deal with those woke liberals who have advocated for victimhood. That is a terrible place to have a victim, especially a woman victim, as something that you have to defend yourself against. Ever since 1994. To throw a little history in there. So the Charlotte Hornets was coming into the season prior to the draft behind the 8 ball that year. And they did whatever they could in the absence of Miles Bridges and LaMelo Ball. They did whatever they could to salvage that imploded season. And let me tell you, I wasn't pleased at what I was looking at, watching it. I had to stop watching Charlotte Hornet basketball based on the breadth of talent that they have to shove out there on the floor. Basically having practically 30 different starting lineups throughout the 82-game season. And it was difficult. It was difficult for the whole organization because they came in that season packed with pride based on starting anew after the reign of James Borrego was finally over. We already knew that the coaching carousel collapsed. So they had to salvage that. We know they had injuries in preseason, and to open up the actual season, they had to salvage that. So there was a lot of salvaging going on. After Charlotte Hornets had high hopes in coming into the season with a healthy roster, and when I mean healthy, I'm talking physical health and mental health. They had the James Bouknight incident. They had to salvage that. So, like I said, there was a lot of salvaging going on. And Cliffy was being burdened with a lot of bad behavior from the Charlotte Hornets. Montrezl Harrell, they had to salvage that in the offseason. So I just want to give you the basic premises and foundation of the Charlotte Hornets last season collapse and salvage ability as a predicate to how they show they can bounce back and how the Charlotte Hornets have shown they have resiliency and they have yet to fall on their sword. So once this summer league crap is over with, because that's all it is crap, the Hive can really get behind the Charlotte Hornets and usher them into a fanfare frenzy as Brandon Miller will become the newest member of the Charlotte Hornets foray. And hopefully, this can be a formidable team that will be frisky and non-frantic, but focused and fierce as a competitor in the Eastern Conference in the NBA overall. Uncle Vern, how do you feel about the Charlotte Hornets on that level? Because you don't want to initiate Uncle Vern. There's a new sheriff in town. You said that here on Fight Sports TV. There's a new sheriff in town. So with all this new sheriffing, can the Charlotte Hornets make that badge a formidable badge and protect the Hive and try to shoot them and leave them as victims inside the Spectrum Center? Uncle Bert.
Thank you, Dex. Yes, I believe the Charlotte Hornets can make the playoffs this year, Dex. I believe they can make the playoffs. I believe they can win some games also, Dex, with the acquisitions, like I said, with the acquisitions that they made, as far as Brandon Miller and Smith Jr. But yes, oh man, I think they got a real good chance of doing that. I think because this main fact that they have the new ownership, not just that, they had already decided to show Melo that he's going to be top priority with the Charlotte organization as far as making plans about his future and their future. So he's very much implicated and directly involved in their future. That speaks a lot. You understand me? So now I see them making a whole lot of clearing out a whole lot of unused, unused players, stuff like that. A lot of players that sit around collecting a lot of money. So they looking very hard about getting rid of those guys. But in the meantime, them guys aren't going to be getting a lot of playing time unless they're trying to shop them off. And these young guys they have, those young guys, at least two of them anyway, maybe a possible three, are going to be high on their mandatory list of going forward with this team, with the Charlotte Hornets. So, Dex, I see a bright and shiny future for them. First of all, they got to start with making the playoff. That shouldn't be a hard task. Not with Melo and not with a full season behind him, too, may I say. But, that's what I see. That's my expectations of Charlotte Hornets making the playoffs. Not just struggling to get it. I'm just walking their way up into it.
So in order for that to come to fruition, LaMelo Ball, the new $260 million man, and Miles Bridges and company, they're going to have to play somewhat above their heads. Because I believe that East is energetically hungry, and it's going to be a very difficult task and a very arduous journey for the Charlotte Hornets to squeak their little heads into a playoff slot. I mean, we went over this yesterday.
I don't know why.
We know
They
that
could have did it. They could have did it. They could have did. They could. They were. Sorry, Dex. Thank you for that pause. But they could have did it. This year, Miles Bridges was out. They could have did it because Melo was out almost every other game and out about 40, 50 some games. You know what I'm saying? So no, did nobody expect to see Charlotte Hornets win or get to no playoffs. Not with that time Melo was missing.
yeah, I agree
Sound
with
like you got your window
that.
open.
mean, what about now?
Okay, you good now. Yeah, I heard you say you agree with that. Yeah, but yeah, I see good things happening for Charlotte, Dex. If you could hear me, yeah, real good things happening for them. And the new ownership is just going to make it that much better, Dex. That much better, that much easier, easy transition.
Yeah, because you said there's a new sheriff in town.
Yeah, and Dex, why do you say you don't see them at least making the playoffs? I mean, it's so easy to make the playoffs now. You got to play in
No,
and
it's not.
everything else. I mean,
It's not easy. No, it's not easy.
with
You
the,
got
with
to
the
still
play,
win
wait,
games.
with the play in today.
No,
Go ahead.
it's easier, but it's not easy.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's easier.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's easier. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you still got other teams trying to. You got 29 teams trying to prevent you from advancing. That's a difficult task.
Okay. Minnesota is in the West. Do you see Minnesota making the playoffs this year?
Yep.
Okay. Did they make it last year?
Yep.
Okay, I thought so. Yeah.
They
Okay.
was the first team to beat Denver in the playoffs. So yeah, Minnesota's making the playoffs.
Okay. Yeah. Well, you okay? Bet. I have to agree with you. Yeah, I have to agree with you.
And then you
I
got
always consider Minnesota as being on the same level as Charlotte.
oh no, they're a better team. They're a better team than Charlotte.
Well, yeah, because they got
With or without
what's his
LaMelo.
name? Yeah, they just got what's the name? They got what's the name? That big guy. Yeah.
You talking about Rudy Gobert.
Yeah, Rudy Gobert. Yeah, they got him. I forgot about him, Dex. I forgot they made different acquisitions.
Yeah, when you look
hey,
at
another thing, hey Dex, let me correct you on another thing too. You had mentioned you said Melo signed a contract for how much?
$260 million. What is to correct on me on that?
Okay. You said 260 million. I thought you said 250.
Nah, 260. But when you look at the construction of Minnesota roster,
right, 260. Yeah, right. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I'm saying when you look at the construction of Minnesota roster,
say it again.
I said when you look at the construction of the Minnesota roster, you have 3 players that's all-stars. Charlotte only has 1.
Who's the 3 players as all-stars on Minnesota?
Gobert, Anthony Edwards, and Big Cat.
Anthony Edwards didn't make the all-star team.
Anthony Edwards is an all-star.
I said, did he make the all-star team? That ain't your opinion that make him no all-star. What make him all-star? Because you say he is? Come on, Dex. Stop it, Dex. Don't get my
all-star. He made an all-star. He made an all-star in the West.
Oh, did he? I didn't know that. That was what I was asking you. Did he make?
Yeah. Well, what have you?
Okay, I didn't know that.
You should be
All
humble.
right, I
You're
got
not
to
supposed
look.
to be riled up when you don't know.
No, I didn't know that. All right, I'm sorry. I got to go look that back up. I don't remember him being on the All-Star team.
Oh yeah, he's awesome.
Oh, okay. I didn't
So
know that.
so this is and listen to this, Uncle Vern. Those teams that were in the same bracket of the Charlotte Hornets without LaMelo Ball and Miles Bridges, the Detroit, the Houston, the Indianas, coaching tendencies with the new hire of Ime Udoka and Monte Williams. And we already know what's over in Indiana. Indiana got a championship coach himself over there in Indiana.
Yeah.
And Carlisle is a very good coach. I know he has some strictness with him, but outside of his strictness, he's a well-rounded, educated coach who know how to put the X's and O's in the right position to succeed. So the Charlotte Hornets coming back with their two heavy hitters, LaMelo Ball and Miles Bridges, and they're also bringing along the grasshopper himself, Brandon Miller. They're going to have an uphill road to climb. And listen, Uncle Vern, listen to this. The
Yeah.
Charlotte Hornet hasn't convinced anybody, and the Charlotte Hornet can't boo anybody out of the building. And when I'm saying boo, I'm not talking about boo. I'm talking about boo like a ghost, scared. They can't
Yeah, I
scare
agree.
anybody out the building.
No, they can't.
So
They
they're
ain't
going to have
got
to play
no.
hard as hell. You feel me?
Yeah. Yeah, they got to. They had to have more than Terry Rozier coming through at the last seconds.
Because they don't have no intimidating factor.
I agree.
And by them not having a intimidating factor, that means they're going to have to play extra hard because nobody's convinced that Charlotte Hornets will embarrass you.
Right.
Matter of fact, some teams come in thinking it's a bye. Some teams come into the Spectrum Center thinking, oh, we got a bye tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Some teams come in the Spectrum Center feel that, okay, this is the night that I put numbers on the board. This is a night that I can use to negotiate a little better to have leverage in my contract talk. And this is not the kind of basketball you want coming in feeling like this. You don't want these guys coming in feeling like, oh, tonight I'm putting numbers on the board and I'm going to use this game as contract leverage. You feel me, Uncle Vern?
Yeah, I hear you.
So they have to turn that culture all the way around and make this a silo, an arena where you come in alive, but you leave dead. That's what they have to do. They have to turn this silo, right? Let other teams know this is a battleground. This is not a playground. When you come to the high at the Spectrum Center, this is a battleground, not a playground. And we're going to skin you alive. We're going to emaciate you. And when you leave, you come in with flesh, but you leave like dead man bones. It will be an ossuary. That's what the Charlotte Hornets will have to do. And that's the message that Cliffy will have to impart on the Hornets as a whole. That's the message that Cliffy have to impart on LaMelo and Miles and the remnants of the Charlotte Hornet roster. He's going to have to impart that kind of information to Brandon Miller, and Brandon Miller going to have to absorb that information and intrinsically digest it and believe it. He's going to have to believe that the Spectrum Center is not a playground, but a battlefield. It's a war ground. And when those teams come into the Charlotte Hornet nest, when they come into that hive, their hearts should beat and pound with fear. I'm talking about their blood pressure should increase. The beat of their heart should be so rapid that it looks like they're going to explode an artery or blood vessel. They have to come into the hive, the Spectrum Center, with a high level of intrepidation. This must be instilled in these Hornets players, Uncle Vern.
Yeah.
In order for them to turn this season around, Uncle Vern, they must believe that the Spectrum Center has become the new terror dome of the NBA.
Okay.
Teams should tremble with fear coming in there with a healthy Miles Bridges and a healthy LaMelo Ball with a egomaniac Brandon Miller. A 6'9" egomaniac ready to rip the NBA in two. Not be passive. I'm not saying be overly aggressive where you become reckless, but become aggressive within the framework of the scheme of Cliffy. Within the framework of the team that's acceptable to LaMelo Ball. Not being frantic, not being unfocused, not being forced, but within the framework. And this is how the Charlotte Hornets will ascend up the rankings and propel them into a postseason slot. That this is the mentality they must have. Finish them, kill them wherever you see them, smite them wherever you see them. If you don't have that kind of war-like mentality, like the last of the Mohican, then we're going to see SOS, same old shit. That's the culture they need to usher in inside the silo of the Spectrum Center, Uncle Mark.
Yeah. So what you call it, the silo of the Spectrum of the what Spectrum Center?
Yes, the silo. That's where the missiles are held. It's a military term. This is where you hold your power. And each of the individuals in the Charlotte Hornet uniform that we say are players, they represent missiles. When that ball is tipped at jump ball, those missiles are launched. Shout out to KC. Y'all hit that like button, man. Stop playing us. Y'all don't get this type of content nowhere, man. Nobody don't come with it like this. If they do, they copy. They're a facsimile. But listen, we can flirt with it. We can flirt with it because that shows growth and development when people want to be like you. So we here at Flight Sports TV, we welcome all facsimile, all similes, all likeness, because that is a compliment to us. You know, and we love flirting with compliments. So go for it, man. If you feel that you can duplicate this kind of content in the way that we spew it, hey man, you're gonna make YouTube a better digital real estate. So do what you do. But we know who the originators are. Let's keep that in perspective. So Uncle Vern,
Yeah.
each and every one of the Charlotte Hornets players that get out there and have an opportunity to touch that ball, to dribble that ball, to launch that ball, represent mystics. And that's why it's considered a silent.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to agree with you. They have to represent the missile. Hopefully, their missiles be they be on target.
Good point. Be on target. That is a very good point.
Yeah, cause anybody can be shooting up missiles. That's what you know. You got a whole lot of that in the NBA. But yeah,
Yes,
hope they're on target.
yes, they have to be on target, Uncle Bird. They have to hit their mark. Yes, I agree with that.
Yeah.
So with all that said, Charlotte Hornet has a real opportunity. I'm not talking about no facade, because you know I don't get up here trying to gaslight fan bases. I'm a Laker fan.
Right.
So I don't gaslight fan bases. But they have a real opportunity to take advantage because they already have some form of chemistry. It's not like this is a new group. The only new person that has been inserted in this group is Brandon Miller. Everything else is used material. These guys have been playing together for 3 freaking years. Now going into their 4th. So the familiarity of styles and modes should come together like buck cheeks. And it shouldn't be no problem. It should be no problem for them to take off like a missile. Soon as their feet hit that parquet floor, they should be up and running. They already know their assignment. When they sign their contracts, there's a item in the contract that says job description. And it says play with IQ basketball. It doesn't say high IQ, but it definitely don't say low IQ. So if you just play with IQ basketball, then most likely you can fulfill most of the obligations on your contract. And so that contractual agreement will when you're offered millions of dollars just to play within the framework of the coach's scheme. Uncle Bird.
You coming in and out, Dex.
Oh my God, please don't tell me that.
I can hear you now. But
I said that.
I didn't hear what you said before, Uncle Vern.
Yeah, oh wow, that's fucking crazy. Well, basically what I was saying that in your contract, when you sign your contract, it has an item that says job description. And that that job description basically says play with IQ basketball.
Right.
It doesn't say play with high IQ, but it definitely don't say play with low IQ. So it is very disturbing and absurd to sign a contract saying that you will play IQ basketball and you don't. When all you got to do is just play IQ basketball and meet your obligations and get your money in full.
I agree. I agree with that.
The Casey asks, all access, do you think if Jello had returned to this summer league, would he have had better results? Brandon Miller saying to be a willing passer. No, Jello wouldn't have better results. That's why he didn't return. This is why Jello didn't return. He didn't want to go through that mental anguishness that the Greensboro Swarm and the Summer League roster put him through. It was so unnecessary. Especially like I made an allegory. And I'm gonna say it again. If you want oranges, you set out to go to the grocery market to pick up a bag of oranges. And at the grocery market, the oranges cost $5. $5 for a bag of oranges. And on your way to the grocery market, someone says, hey man, I got a bag of oranges for you. And you can have it for free. Now, upon investigation, you're like, why is this guy giving me these oranges for free? Is anything wrong with them? Is something wrong with these oranges? But I'm gonna take them. I'm gonna take the oranges, and I'm gonna check them out. You take the oranges, you peel it, you bite into that orange, and it is as juicy as ever. Have such bite that you can't even believe it your damn self. A lot of people call me when I'm on the street. I'm like, hold on one second. Let me put this on. Do not disturb. That just really perturbs me. 1 second, guys. I'm sorry. But I gotta stop these phone calls. Do not disturb. Do not disturb. Do not disturb. Where the hell is my do not disturb? Oh well, I can't find it. But anyway, to get back to what I was saying. So you get these oranges and they taste delicious. This is what you really been looking for. But at the same time, you still go to the grocery store to buy a bag of oranges. So now you got a bag of oranges that's free, and you got a bag of oranges that you paid for. You're not going to throw the bag of oranges that you paid for away, because now you wasted money. That's what you invested in. You invested in your taste buds by spending $5, even though somebody gave you a bag of oranges for free. Jello represents those bags of oranges for free. You didn't have to spend nothing for it. So you tend not to appreciate it to some degree. You tend to take it for granted because I didn't buy it. And that was an allegory I made a long time ago when I saw how Jello was being treated his first year of Summer League, not the second, his first year of Summer League. So you have 2 years in Summer League, LiAngelo, and it was mentally disturbing. And Jello sitting over on the bench, knowing that he's better than 3/3 of that roster, yet he's not getting any burn, based on the fact that they bought their bags of oranges, and the one that was given to them for free, that they know is good, that they know is rich in vitamin C, juicy, and have seeds, so it's organic. And they chose not to eat those oranges. KC. So this is why LiAngelo didn't partake in Summer League. Now, we know he was also dealing with rehabilitation from the surgery. But despite that, LiAngelo is still eligible and qualified to come back to the Charlotte Hornets training camp. So that hasn't been ruled out. That has not been ruled out that LiAngelo Ball might participate in training camp. And this time, like Uncle Vern said, it's a new sheriff in town. Because according to what I've been told, I don't know what nobody else been told, but according to what I've been told, Michael Jordan was playing puppet master with that Jello situation. I already told you he was trying to get Lonzo for the low. He was calling the bar bluff, basically saying, oh, you said money doesn't matter. They want to play together. Money don't matter. So that was very unprofessional for an owner to really, play the gambling game. And look what happened. Chicago Bulls came over the top and it was a wrap. And then Lonzo said, I just want to be a part of an organization who accept me for who I am. Not no skullduggery or no snickering, trying to lowball my talent and my worth that I bring to a franchise. But Uncle Vern said there's a new sheriff in town. So Cliffy, this is what I'm going to tell you. This is concerning LiAngelo. Has nothing to do with Brandon Miller. Cliffy enjoys LiAngelo. He loves that connection that LiAngelo and LaMelo have. From what I was told, when LaMelo was in town, he stays with LiAngelo. He stays with LiAngelo. Lonzo already moved out to the valley. Lonzo kind of got a little uppity a little bit. Let's keep it 100. Lonzo all out there in the valley, man. He out there with the mother folks. But LiAngelo just right up the hill from his pops. Just right there. Right next door, basically. So they have a good connection. Because in reality, Stream, LaMelo has played with LiAngelo more than he's played with anybody. You understand what I'm getting at?
Yeah,
So when they off season, they train together.
right.
They practice together. They one-on-one each other. And now they couldn't really do it because both of them was rehabbing in the off season. But when they're healthy, they battling each other.
Yep, I agree.
And Cliffy himself said once he became the coach, when he called LaMelo, he was surprised to some degree that LaMelo was in the gym putting up shots. He wasn't out partying because this was like Friday or Saturday night. He wasn't out partying and cruising the landscape and you know what I'm saying? He was in the gym putting up shots. He was in the gym with him. Jello, LiAngelo. They were both in the gym putting up shots, man. And this is why it was so disgusting to witness LiAngelo go through that horror that he went through by being put on the bench when he was well deserving to have more minutes added to his play. We all know this. We all know this. When Rod Boone, beat writer for the Charlotte Observer, was asking then Summer League head coach Jordan Sternkamp about the availability and the possibility of curing minutes on the floor. Jordan Sternkamp did not mention only wrong in the nation that told me there was some.
You coming in and out, Dex.
You mic check.
Okay, now you're getting better. There you go. You're getting better now.
Okay, yeah. Okay. But then I asked Surricap about pay the current. He is name, but never in the interview did he ever mention LiAngelo Ball by name, even though the blatantly said LiAngelo Ball. That right there was an innuendo to me that Surricap was not believing in LiAngelo Ball. Because if he was, he would have enthusiastically answered the beat writer's question wholeheartedly. But he took that opportunity to give praise to Jalen was
Coming in and out, Dex.
the slight. It was a terrible thing. Mic check.
Okay, I can hear you now.
Mic check. Yeah, it was a terrible thing, and it was a slight towards LiAngelo Ball. That's when I knew LiAngelo Ball was in for a whirlwind under Coach Surricap. Because basically what he said in that interview, Jalen Crutch is my guy, and that's who I'm focusing on. So once again, the free bag of oranges to the paid bag of oranges. Even though the free bag of oranges is organic, juicy, and full of seeds, very nutritious, but since they paid for the GMO bag of oranges, that's the oranges they're going to eat first.
Yep. I agree with you. I eat the free oranges first, and then if I got to pay to get some more, then get some more. First, I try with the free oranges. I think they'll taste better.
And not only that, Uncle Vern, the free oranges came from a very reliable source.
Yeah.
It wasn't like it was some vagabond, some beggar, some hobo offering food. No, this was a very reliable farmer who knows the landscape, who knows how to farm to bring organic oranges with highly vitamins and minerals inside the orange. But yet they want the GMO, you know.
Yeah.
So this is what the Charlotte Hornets have been dealing with. And now that you said there's a new sheriff in town, Uncle Vern, it could be a possibility. I mean, LaMelo's 260.
Yeah.
So that tells you a lot right there. So if he wants Jello, he can get Jello. It ain't no, I want this, I want that. No, it's demanding. He don't have to command anything. He can demand at 260. He's only one of 3 rookie extensions to reach that exorbitant amount.
Yeah.
Hell, he's getting paid up there with the jokers of the world, with the Bradley Bills of the world, with the LeBron James of the world. This is how much money that is. That is a freaking lot of money for a 3-year guy going into a sports season. So big ups to that draft that everybody tried to shit on with Tyrese Halliburton, Obi Toppin, Desmond Bain, LaMelo Ball, and Ant-Man himself, the #1 overall draft pick. Big ups to the Killian Hayes of the world. Everybody, Sadiq Bey, everybody that got paid in that draft. That is the richest draft in NBA history. You guys know it's nearly $1 billion in that draft? Think about that. There's 3 260. There's 100 and something. And then there's a couple of 40s, some 30s. That's almost $1 billion in a draft that people said was bogus. They should go back and be amongst the next year draft and combine 2 drafts in one, and maybe you get some talent. This is what these stupid people were hurling and spiraling into the universe. This was their freaking narrative. These freaking haters, they demons, talking down on these young men like this, without even seeing them dribble a basketball as a professional. I mean, as an NBA player, not professional, as an NBA player. How dare they? And look how they came to bite them back on the ass, right? Because this is the most lucrative draft of all freaking time. Name any 75-year history player in the NBA. They draft class that don't even touch the amount of money that has been invested in this draft class. Am I right or wrong, Uncle Brian?
Yeah, you're right, Dex. You're right. You don't even touch it.
And I guarantee you, you ain't heard this from nowhere. I've been saying this for the last 2 weeks or more. You ain't heard this from nowhere about how expensive this draft class is, because those so-called professional pundits talk down on the draft. And they are so filled with ego, they're not trying to come back and readdress this situation and apologize. And like Fly say, come down to the altar and pay homage. That's how egotistical these jerks are with pen and pad, spiraling reckless narratives throughout the NBA landscape. They cannot say that. And our boy LaMelo Ball, 260 strong. Can you imagine that? 3 players in one draft, 260 strong, and then you got a 100 and some million, and some 40 million, and some 33 millions, and you know what I'm saying? The list just go on and on. Somebody's got to check it and see how much this draft is really worth. How much did these owners invest in this 2020 draft class? Because I don't know the total numbers. I'm just looking at the top numbers. And them top numbers are real scary, man. And you can say who deserve it, who don't deserve it, all you want. But one thing you can say, they don't got it. They got it. So, Miles Bridges and LaMelo Ball, how can they help Brandon Miller not only matriculate into the NBA, but help him acclimate himself into the NBA? How can they chaperone this brother down the corridor through the journey of the NBA, which is a difficult thing to do? It's difficult to navigate your own path in the NBA, let alone assist in somebody else's journey. But I think LaMelo Ball and Miles Bridges is ready because, listen, Miles Bridges is basically facing a contract year that he has to bet on himself. And through the process, your boy Miles is going to be angry. He's going to be furious. He's going to be atrocious in a good way. Listen, Miles Bridges is going to try his beckoning best to feast on this here NBA season. You know how angry and mad, like a dog. I mean, like a ravenous dog. I collected anger for him slipping at a moment in his life that he probably regrets. And if regret is too much of a strong word, that he probably learned from. And so he's going to pay back the NBA by trying to destroy all opposition in his face. Miles Bridges is going to use that anger, and it's going to be internal. It's going to be internal until he bounces that basketball, and then you're going to see the fierceness of that kinetic energy upon hapless and unsuspected defenders. This is what I believe Rich Paul has entrenched in this young man, Miles Bridges, my guy, my young brother. You made a grave mistake, and it was an executive decision that you will probably take back if you can rewind the hands of time and do it a little bit different if you had that opportunity. Miles humbly says, yes, you're right, I would do it different. Okay, we cannot erase that. So don't burden yourself with the guilt. You went through the legal process. You went through the contractual process. You went through the NBA Players Association and the NBA as a whole with the commissioner process, and judgment has been rendered. And you was found guilty for foul behavior off the court. Now, Miles, you have 10 games before you start this year journey to reflect on what has been done. After the 10 games, Miles Bridges, that's water under the bridge. And whatever you need to do to go forward, to get past this here with the tracks of attrition, with the tracks of contrition, then do what you need to do and take all your pain. Take every ounce of it. Like you drenching the water out of your face towel when you wash your face in the morning. When you wring that face towel and all that water come drenching out, that anger that has been emboiling in you, Miles Bridges, you take it out on your defender. And you make your defender feel so bad and sorry for suiting up that night. That's what Miles Bridges got to do. He has to take it out on his defender and make his defender feel, why the hell did I suit up tonight? I should have took the night off. I should have low managed this night. But yet I put myself in harm's way because Miles Bridges have deleterious intent tonight. Uncle Vern. What's up, Joey? Uncle Vern, you still here? Mic check, mic check. Don't tell me my mic went out. Can anybody hear me in the chat? Can anybody hear me in the chat? Mic check, mic check. Can anybody hear me? Oh, somebody said they hear me. Okay. Yeah. So I hope y'all heard my spiel about Miles Bridges, because I'm not getting any feedback from Uncle Vern. I don't know where Uncle Vern. He's probably out doing something. So sometimes I know my mic go in and out. But nevertheless, Miles Bridges is entering this season with deleterious intent to bring harm to all oppositions that face him, because he's in a redeeming factor, and he's going on a revenge tour for those who counted him out. And LaMelo Ball is going to hop along with him, because LaMelo Ball have some explaining to do with his game by being out for the duration of last season unexpectedly based on his ankle situation. So LaMelo Ball has to answer for his absence by having a stupendous beginning to training camp and ultimately destroying the league. And I think LaMelo Ball is ready for that. He has gained about at least 15 pounds. So he has gained he has put some pounds on. Maybe not as much as he wants, but 15 pounds, a little bit of something beats a whole lot of nothing. And King C, to answer your question about Jello wearing BBB, nah, that don't have anything to do with it. That's just conspiratorial rumors. He can wear what he want to wear. It don't have anything to do with it. I think it just had a lot to do with who they were invested in and interested in. Like I said earlier, Stern Camp kept highlighting Jalen Crutcher when the interviewer, a beat writer for the Charlotte Observer, was asking about LiAngelo. So that was obfuscation at its finest. You know, I just thought they did a lot of sequestering when it came to LiAngelo Ball for some reason. I don't know why, because just like, and listen, first of all, Brandon Miller's a guy, right? So don't get it misconstrued what I'm finna say. Brandon Miller's a guy, but the fans wanted Scoot. The majority of fans wanted Scoot, right? At least I say 51%. That considers the majority. So I won't be poo-pooing on all the fans that wanted Brandon. But 51% of the fans wanted Scoot. And the Charlotte Hornets went against that. I'm going to say 51% of the fans wanted to see LiAngelo ball the fuck out. Not 1 year, but 2 years. And Charlotte Hornets went against that. Not 1 year, but 2 years. So you just let that sit in. So I don't think it had anything to do with no Jello wearing BBB or anything to that nature. I just don't believe that. I don't think the conspiracy seeps that low. But if it is a conspiracy, it's that they do not want LeVar to be right, that all three of his sons playing on the same team would change the way NBA play basketball. Because a lot of the guys that are on teams now, that is the face of the league, as we say, all the top 10 players, I say 8 of the top 10 players play slow basketball. They play methodical basketball. They play basketball to the pitch. in which the commentators can describe the game. With all three Ball brothers on one team pushing that ball healthy, I'm talking healthy now, pushing up that ball, it'll be the fastest basketball game you'll ever witness, and I don't think the commentators could keep up. Who we got in the neighborhood? Oh, we got Spike Lee in the neighborhood. It's a wonderful day in the neighborhood. A beautiful day in the neighborhood. We got Spike Lee. Yes, Spike Lee. What we got, my brother? Spike Lee, is your mic hot?
Hey,
Well,
can I
Spike
be
Lee.
heard, y'all?
Okay.
Can I be
Yeah,
heard?
now you can. Go for it. Go for it,
Hey,
Spike.
look, man, you already know. You already know, man. Shout out to Flight Sports TV. All right, the hegemony when it comes to ball talk, okay? We are also the pinnacle of basketball thought, okay? Of hoop consciousness. All right, and I'm back in the building. Shout out to the panel. Shout out to Dex. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Shout out to Flight Sports for raising the platform for us all to stand and be associated with such a magnitude of thought when it comes to hoop. Dex.
What you got for us, Spike? I know you came here with a flare of information. What do you got for us? Anything? Summer League, the beginning of the season, playoff basketball. What do you got? What's cracking up there in Sacktown? Could they repeat and duplicate what they did last season in your treasure trove?
I think I cut out, Dex. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't hear what you just said. I think my phone was cutting out.
Oh, I was saying that the floor is open. We know you got some flair for us. It doesn't matter what it is. Summer League, preseason, the season, playoff. What's happened up there in Sacktown? Can Sack duplicate what they did last season, or can they take it a little further? I mean, what's going on with you?
Listen, Dex, I'll tell you what's on my mind, what's on my plate right now. On my plate right now, and this is I don't know how people are gonna feel about this, but I feel like the Thompson twins are legit. Particularly that one that they got in Detroit. That boy is a hound on defense. Extremely impressive with his interviews, his ball skills, his passing, his play. He just does a little bit of everything, and he's super athletic with the pop. And I'm just like, man, I'm just extremely impressed by those guys. You know, dare I say the Hornets should have took one of them. but yeah, I'm impressed with I'm impressed with those guys, man. But yeah, that's pretty much all I'm on, Dex. I was just watching some highlights of Asar and trying to get a little more intimate with him. Pause.
Listen, Asar, yeah, exactly. Asar is going to be a star in the league. He's already committed to playing defense. Detroit needs that kind of a mindset to instill in that culture that it's not all about offense. I seen how he came with the high IQ and trapped that guy on the sideline, and he didn't know what the hell was coming once he got blitzed, and then he stole the ball and made his fabulous dunks. I'm like, that's the shit Mike used to do.
Dunk was crazy.
I'm like, this dude got IQ, man. He got some real IQ because
Dex,
yeah, go for it.
The ball from throw it up ahead and then catch it back with the reverse alley-oop. That might be the best play of Summer League as far as the individual goes, because it's on both sides of the ball, you know.
It's on both sides of the ball, man, and this is how you see. This is what you call innate ability.
Yes.
He read the room. And he knew that his defensive powers was supreme over those who were coming to try to attack. And
Right.
he was just ripping people at midcourt and everything. One-on-one defense. Mano on mano.
Yeah.
When the last time have we seen that?
Yeah. It's been a
That's
long time.
copious.
It's been a long time.
He
He's a culture
squatted and just
changer.
listen, yeah. The guy squatted and just took the ball from the dude. Like, really?
Yeah. So you coach too, don't you, Dex? You coach, right?
Not anymore. Not anymore.
Right. But you have though.
Not
Yeah.
anymore. Yeah, I have.
So with seeing a guy like that, you can instantly recognize, okay, that's a gamer right there, right?
Yes, sir. And like I said, you brought up his name, and you just lit a fire up under me. I'm gonna be honest with
Yeah. Man, he's so impressive to watch, man. Super impressive. And I feel like his brother has got the same stuff, just in a little tweaked way. And we were robbed of that with the ankle injury, but we're gonna see it with him too, though.
you. Yes.
Because I saw
Yes.
him make some plays.
So listen.
I saw Scoot on a fast break. Do a euro, and Amin just stood there, and as soon as Scoot finished his little euro move, Amin just slapped the ball out of his hands, and it rolled off
Yeah.
Scoot's leg and went out of bounds.
Yeah. They got some quick hands, man.
He's got some quick
Kind of
hands.
remind me of
He's got
Lonzo.
some quick
Yeah,
hands.
kind of remind me of Lonzo. Got some quick hands.
Look, Dex, that's what they both remind me of. They're like Lonzo's from alternate universes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They remind me of alternate Lonzos.
And I'm glad Monty Williams got a player like that he can hang his hat on, because Monty Williams, he loved defensive players because he was one himself.
Did you see what Monty just said about Scoot? I mean, not about Scoot, about Asar. He said Asar makes me want to go home and bring him to my house and make an arranged marriage with my daughter.
Wow. So that means this guy can get some real playing time.
He said I want this guy to bang my daughter, man, and marry her.
Wow.
That's how much I love him.
Yeah. He's gonna get some real playing time, man.
Yeah.
That's what that says right there. This is my guy. And I'm riding with him.
So yeah, I'm looking forward to
Cade Cunningham, be careful.
Yeah, well, Cade's in a different position, so
Yeah, I don't mean that. I'm talking about far as being the face of the franchise.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know
what I'm saying? That might be up under that might right now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Asar is going to get the money once he's eligible. I mean, with you playing hard like that, Yeah. But yeah,
but that's what we see. This is.
No, go ahead. You got it.
Yeah, it's cool. But Spike, this is what you know what I'm saying, who take off their shirt and just ready to play at a moment notice. We don't need guys like, I don't feel like playing right now. I'm good. You know what I'm saying? We need that kind of basketball that shows that these guys are ready to play at a moment notice.
That's right.
And at a moment notice, they're going to give all effort. They're not going to cheat you out of anything. This is the type of basketball that we want to see from these youngsters. And that shows you that the NBA is in good hands when you have players playing with that kind of tenaciousness in a summer league game. So some of us say that, oh, it's just summer league, it don't matter. But to some of these guys, it does matter. You know what I'm saying? To some of these guys, summer league matters because it makes the difference between you bringing home the bacon or you is the bacon.
I like that.
So yeah, I like how you brought that up too, though. With Asur, because it is very, very good on your observational skill that you noticed this in this young man. I noticed it as well. I just never really brought it up. I just wanted to see more. But since you noticed it, well, hell, let's talk. You can talk about it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, see, look, Dex, a lot of guys will say my observations are trash because I want to scoot over Brandon Miller.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was having some technical difficulties. But if you can hear me, Spike, I'm still here. But no, I don't believe that your observation was slighted or subjected based on, ego. I think you made a good observation. You was there. I mean, um, people like to deal with cognitive dissonance, and that's just what you suffer from when those attack you, Spike Lee, about what you see up close and personal live in 3D. So they're trying to make it seem like you were being subjective to your ego, and I didn't think that in the least bit. Yeah, Spike, you're back now.
Yeah, I'm back now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you well.
All right, yeah. I agree. I was attacked by cognitive dissonance. I was attacked by emotionalism. I was attacked by ignorance. I was attacked by hatred. I was attacked by glazing. I was attacked by shaft riders. I was attacked, Dex. I was attacked. And through it all, I stayed solid and I stood on my square, and I chose which battles to engage in and which ones not to. And time will tell. Time will tell. But yeah, I had a friend who contacted me the other day, yesterday or the day before. He said, "Hey, I like Brandon Miller." He said, "Look, he's a knucklehead, and he's got some emotional issues. He thinks, but he thinks that makes him dangerous as a 6'9" scorer." Right? So I said, "Okay, I can understand that perspective." He's saying the unhingedness of Brandon Miller. Brandon Miller being unhinged in his thought process. Mental turmoil. He would even say that can make him a dangerous offensive player. And I agree to that point. I agree to that point. What do you think about that, Dex?
I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, I think that's kind of taking it a little too far. I think Brandon Miller is comfortable in his own skin. I think Brandon Miller got his feet wet, and he's ready to do his fizzle, and he knows that he's in a comfort space because he's going to be in the presence of LaMelo Ball. LaMelo Ball have already accepted him for who and what he is. So the only thing Brandon Miller has to worry about is just to get better and be able to play within the scheme. And when his number is called, to come through and execute. So I don't think Brandon Miller is stymied by anything that we might say.
Do you think the incident that happened in Tuscaloosa could be heavy on his mind?
Not anymore. Maybe at one time prior to the draft, leading up to the draft, I'm quite sure he had some anxiousness, and but since the draft, I just think that he did a introspection on himself, and he found himself to be ready to dig in on this basketball court.
Okay, so you think he won the introspective war from that experience?
I think he won the introspective war once he hit that 26 points in Summer League. I think he finally wiped the sweat off his brow, and it's like, whoo, what a relief. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the Charlotte Hornets shut him down. So that would be the last thing that he remembered. You know what I'm saying? Because you remember about the last game that you played.
Absolutely.
And they can use that as
the building block. Absolutely.
As a building block. Good phrase. As a building block to move forward, letting them know that, young man, you can do this. You can accomplish this. So yeah, I think that that introspection, not war, because I don't think he's at war with himself. That introspection that he undertook has been somewhat soon. It's not totally over, because we all are a work in progress. We all can admit that. Every last one of us is a work in progress, and there's always room for improvement. We all can admit that. And I'm quite sure Brandon Miller, at the age of 19 or 20, whatever he is, knows that there's a lot of work to be done, and just the beginning stage. But he still have a sigh of relief where some of the pressure and doubt that some fan base had towards him could be alleviated to some degree. Like,
I agree with you. And in those couple of games, they could also mature a young player quick too and set him on the right path as far as his NBA career, knowing, all right, this really ain't about to come easy. This really is not about to be, it's not as, guys make it look easy because they work hard. But all these things that I was able to do on the court, I had to work my ass off to do them basically. So it kind of sets the tone as far as what type of professional to be going forward too.
and then another thing that Brandon Miller also have to be careful of, because I know we're in the social media age, and a lot of people read their press clippings, or they go and look for the trolls and see what the trolls are saying and things of that nature. I think you need to stay clear of that and don't get trapped in like like the like the Kevin Durant and people of that, and start paying too much attention to the trolls and less attention to moving forward. And these things can be very distracting and also addictive. See, that is what they're not addressing. They should have a social media program for rookies, because this can be very addictive. And we've seen how guys that we like, and I'm talking about younger guys that we like, and even some of the older guys like the Kevin Durant's of the world. So you have to be careful of that, and someone needs to steer him away from being such an advocate of social media after and before games.
Absolutely. I'm pretty sure, well, I'm not sure, but it's imperative that they have something like that in their rookie, their little rookie seminar and workshops that they have.
I don't think it's mandatory yet. See, a lot of that stuff is not mandatory. It's presented to you, so you can have access to. But you know how it is in school. If it's not mandatory, we're not doing it. You know what I'm saying?
We're not doing it if it's not mandatory yet. It's
and these guys are young.
It's a certain type of athlete that's still doing that, even though
right. You know what I'm saying? And these guys are young. They feel vulnerable, and a lot of times, between older players. And I watched Gilbert Arenas in Gil Arena, and they had Zion Williamson on there. He was doing a live show at the Win.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah,
during summer. Yeah, and you see how Zion was addressing them as OGs, and they had allowed access to their wealth of knowledge of playing in the NBA. And this is something that the older guards, they don't like. They don't really like this. Young players and older players having a not solemnly, a so these players can learn each other. And what a lot of these older players have is experience. And experience is something you can't teach. Experience is something you use to reach. And when you use your experience as a platform to reach, then other players like the Zion can learn easy from that, instead of just trying to use it as a teaching method. And I don't know how much y'all heard. This thing is crazy.
Yeah, you just came back in now. You just came back in.
Yeah, what part did you hear about Zion, right?
Yeah, he was on the show and he was referring to them as the OGs. Yeah.
Yeah, so basically what I'm saying is that by them imparting based on their experience, a lot of people try to teach experience. Sometimes it could be a bad method, teaching through your experience. Or what you can do is teach through your financial. When you use your experience, you receive a lot of and use it as a tool to get sharper in their journey. Use it as a tool to check down the bushes, to come down and things of that nature. Your experience, the height of your experience would be the foundation of the person who's absorbing your experience. But when you try to teach your experience, sometimes that becomes an impediment to the person that's trying to absorb or learn it because they don't see it the way you're seeing it. Because you did that. They didn't. So their roadmap to their target of their journey will be different. But the thing that you can share to try to reach is that you've done it. It's been done. It's not a hope and a prayer. No, it's actuality. It's history. You know what I'm saying? And I think that is great when you have the two generations meeting up and sharing and chopping it up. Because keep that chasm that is unbridgeable. So I was delighted. Shout out to Purple Baby. I was delighted, Spike, to see Zion actually opening up, being honest and forthright in his situation, and taking accountability for his flaws and anything that he brought into the situation as a mistake or as harm to someone else. I was delighted to see that.
Yeah, I thought it was coming, Dex. I felt like we was almost getting there, but it seemed like his appearance was more like a pop in, and he kind of sat and broke bread a little bit, and then he dipped out. And I was hoping for something more long formed, but I was glad with what I got for sure. But I was like, it'd be nice to see them sit down in a long setting. You know what I mean? Purple baby,
I don't think Zion wanted to open up too much because I don't think he wasn't trying to make a viral moment. So he wasn't going to say too much at that time. Salute, Purple Baby. How you doing?
I'm doing fine.
I got a question for you guys. How do you see Nick Smith Jr. fitting on the roster? Because it seems like Hornets brass and fans are all they're pretty in on him at this point.
I mean, he'll be fine. To me, I always thought he fit.
What type of role do you see him like carving out on the team?
Well, like I said, I think they desperately looking for a secondary playmaker to come off that bench. I think they feel that they have plenty of guys that can like put the basketball in the hole and stuff like that versus somebody that's a willing and capable playmaker and defender. So pretty much a playmaker that can score.
Yeah, Book Knight was lucky and fortunate that he had that 28-point game because it seemed like Nick Smith was going to be the reason.
Yo, Purple Baby, can you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you. I mean, I can hear you. Sorry.
Yeah, I know Dex is going in and out, so we'll just keep it going. So yeah, so you see him as a playmaker. Okay. All right, you see him as a playmaker coming off the bench. I got you.
Yeah. I mean, because you got to make, like, I don't like to say make because I think they're fine as is, like Terry Rozier and stuff like that. Like, not, you got to sell them, because the salaries, with their salaries and everything, you're going to have to sell them, And so LaMelo can help with that, and I think Nick Smith can. But if, like, I wouldn't be mad if they tell Nick Smith, like, yo, maybe just not focus on your scoring, but, like, I don't know, anything other than playmaking. But I think, like, I know y'all said Terry can. I just don't believe that's his strength to, like, when LaMelo goes to the bench, to take over those playmaking duties, because that's a lot. And I just feel like that's something he's not good at. I feel like a young Nick Smith, scoring to come. I don't think he has any problem about it. Plus, he shot chucks a lot. Even though his numbers been looking good over these last couple of summer league games, he do have a tendency to shot chuck, and you kind of don't want that. So I rather them, like I said, because they need another guy that can play make, like, desperately. Here we go.
See, Purple Baby, we see Nick Smith Jr. a little different because I do see him as a smaller scorer, not a smaller, excuse me, a scoring guard, a shifty scoring guard. That's kind of how I look at him. Who's playmaking is he can do it, but that's not where his mentality's at.
Right. I see him like that too. Like, it's just that, I mean, like Terry, like,
I see him like a better version of Bones Highland, basically.
That's interesting. Like, it's just, I just feel like, because you got to remember too, it's not just about, LaMelo's health, and because Terry's been relatively healthy outside of this past season. This is the most unhealthy I've ever seen him since he's been on this team. Like, from the narrative of it's not working because when LaMelo needs to score, it's like, okay, who can get LaMelo the ball? A lot of people feel like Terry's score first mentality with, LaMelo being unselfish, but when he wants to not get the ball, but, go off on scoring, yeah, we know he can get his own basket, but if need be, I remember Clifford saying he wanted other guys to set LaMelo up and stuff like that. And with Terry so far, it's not working. Like, they've tried with Miles,
Yeah,
having
Terry
Miles.
is a scorer though. Terry should not
Right.
be looking to pass the ball to me. He should
And
not
I
be looking
agree.
to pass the ball. Terry should be letting it fly whenever he gets it, whenever he sees space. Terry's a very good shooter.
Yeah.
He's a very good shooter. He could shoot it and he could shoot it. He shoots efficiently. And the threes that he shoots are crazy. He's shooting threes off the dribble. He's shooting threes doing half spins.
I mean,
He's pulling up on fast breaks. He's trailing and getting threes. Terry Rozier is shooting the three like any way you want it, anytime he sees a space, and that's how he should be. He's a weapon for LaMelo Ball and Terry
right.
Rozier, and
Right.
he's a walking 20 ball. But the
And
thing he just don't play no defense. That's the only thing.
yeah. But like I said, it seemed, because I noticed it with Aaron Brooks. Aaron Brooks he's a score first guy too. And I noticed that, LaMelo's, like, he struggles when guys,
Who is Aaron Brooks?
he used to play for the Rockets when he was his teammate
Oh,
over.
the little dude, Aaron Brooks.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
noticed that when guys play next to him that's like to score. Even with Bridges, he likes to score first. He's not so much of a playmaker either. And LaMelo's, setting them up, getting them involved, getting them started early. But when it comes to them trying to do that in return, it's like he's not getting the ball in his spots.
Yeah, Purple Baby, it's about to be different now, though.
I agree with you, but players'
You know why, right?
abilities. I understand the money, but players' abilities
Exactly.
don't change. Like you
No,
can't.
no. Everybody sees those looks. The thing is, they're just not. All these people can. Terry Rozier, Miles Bridges, they can make the plays back to LaMelo. The thing is, they're just usually in scorer mentality. But we've seen them make the right play a
Right.
considerable amount of times. So the thing is, when you got a guy like LaMelo with the cachet he's got now, everybody understands from day one in training camp, it's like, oh, you know what I mean? Like big dog. Because he's coming in with the biggest bag in that whole situation now. So now it ain't no when Melo's like, somebody's driving and Melo's on the 3-point line drifting, they're gonna be looking for him for sure now. Because he's got that gravity within their own minds now, within the offensive mind.
I mean, I agree. I just don't, because again, the league knows what Terry is and Gordon is, right? Gordon's outside of his injuries, he's a more than capable role player, and same thing with Terry. It's just that I don't believe imagine, like, I don't think Terry's value is as bad, but imagine like teams like, well, if you're doing that on the Hornets, Terry, you're gonna have to do it over here. And I just don't see him being willing to do that for the remainder of his career on other teams to play. He already know he's not, a second star, third star type of guy, but like it's just I don't see that. Like I don't think he's gonna adopt, just because he will hit LaMelo when he's open at times, but it's not going to be consistent.
Well, it's not gonna be. I wouldn't even say it's not gonna. He's gonna be consistent with not really passing the ball.
Yeah. Oh my God, what was that?
Nah, I had a cough. My bad. I'm just coming off of COVID.
Oh, you sound like you hurting a little bit.
It's a little bit. I mean, this is the most I've talked in a couple of days, like 2 days. But nah, Terry is who he is, and all it is, if Terry Rozier was playing with Kawhi Leonard, you think he would look back for Kawhi to make the right plays to him?
Oh yeah, he gonna do that.
If he was playing with Kevin, I mean, I'll say more like he was playing with Nikola Jokic, would he say, all right, let me make the right play more because I'm playing with a guy of this magnitude?
Oh yeah.
So I think he's gonna do the same thing with LaMelo. He's gonna play perfect LaMelo ball.
Nah, I don't see that. Because we forgetting that this is the Rozier. Like, even though Dex said, "Oh, I inspired him from doing that," but that was kind of crazy. That challenged Kyrie Irving. I don't think he would challenge those other guys.
How did he challenge him?
Like just saying that he was better, which I don't know why he thought that.
I don't know when
Kyrie having a ring, but if you look at them as players, he's not better. Like
he said he was better than Kyrie Irving.
Yes, when Kyrie was in Boston, went to Boston, and Terry was there with Marcus Smart, they packed him up on out of there. So Terry, and I'm rightfully so. I don't need you to be fake and stuff and pretend that you like stuff like most of these guys do. But that's just not Terry. Like I think that's another thing. If I don't like saying,
I want to hear the quote. Can you find the quote for me?
Dex the one that told me. Because I didn't know, I'm not going to say I didn't know why Terry Rozier got traded from Boston. I just knew, I looked up and then I seen that he was in Charlotte. I never knew it was an issue that Terry came out and, did those things, within practice in the game to where Boston was like, yeah, we going to get you up on out of here. And you going to Charlotte. Because, I would have traded Terry too over Kyrie. I ain't even gonna lie. I was about to say I would have kept, but per the player Kyrie is like a first option or second option guy compared to Terry Rozier. Absolutely not.
I'm trying to find the quote.
It was nothing that I guess it was like a practice thing where they was in practice. Cause you know how Kyrie, I think that was I forgot Kyrie's process. I think once he left Cleveland, he went to Boston. I forgot. But Terry was on that roster and they went on and packed him up on out of there. And I never knew why. Like I was just like, oh, okay. Terry gone. Cause I seen him as a role player. I never seen him as like that guy that you kind of start a franchise around or nothing like that. Maybe like a guy that you add and stuff, but nothing like what's next. So that was wild. But to me, it's normal. Terry ain't the only player that do that. You know, challenge.
I just saw Terry Rozier. I just saw a quote from him saying nice words about Kyrie Irving and free agency.
I mean, nothing mean. It wasn't
I'm trying to. You said you mentioned him and Kyrie. I want you to prove that. That's what I'm saying.
I'm like I said, I wasn't aware that he was like
because you saying he ain't good enough to challenge Kyrie. Like when did he? I want to know when did he?
Yo, you trying to act like they don't do that? Come on, man. Like
do what?
These guys do that.
What?
They sit in practice. It ain't nothing that they say. You got reporters there, coaching staff there, upper management there. They see this stuff every day in practice.
You talking about being competitive?
No, not like, for instance, LeBron James. It wasn't Carlos Boozer. I forgot what teammate it was, but they said that teammate went mouthing off, talking about he was this and that, like better than LeBron James. I forgot who they said it was, but they went on and got that teammate up on out of there. Like guys do that stuff.
But Terry Rozier and Kyrie Irving left the same. Terry Rozier got traded.
Right, I know that. Yeah. And I'm not saying that's the reason he got traded because the stuff with Kyrie Irving. Like I said, I didn't know that. Because I didn't care. Like Terry Rozier was a role player. I just seen that he had got
disrespect for Terry Rozier is crazy. The disrespect for Terry Rozier is crazy.
I mean, oh, thank you, Rap God, Darius Miles. Because that story is, I was like, wow, like I didn't even know who Darius Miles was. And they said so guys definitely do that sometimes. Like I said, I ain't got no problem with Terry was crazy. Like, I don't know what you was thinking. You couldn't do half of the things that Kyrie,
I mean,
LeBron.
Why would so you think Terry Rozier, like, what is he supposed to not be competitive with him in practice?
No, it's not that he's.
That's what I'm saying. You got to prove what you're talking about because you basically.
No, okay,
listen, Purple Baby. You're judging him off a situation with Kyrie. You are. You're saying he ain't good enough to do this with Kyrie. Like, what are you talking about? Like, be competitive with him? What are you talking about? He's not good enough to do. He's gonna go at Kyrie, and Kyrie needs that so he can sharpen his sword. What are you talking about?
I mean, I'm not saying about being. It's not that. It's just like when guys, we see it all the time. Like when certain guys come in from the beginning, like the Trae Youngs, and then people say, "Oh, they got the keys to the franchise. It's about them." That's the situation I'm saying. Like, I don't remember I don't think Tatum might have been there already, but you know, him coming to the team and like, I'm not saying Boston gave the keys to Kyrie, but it would have been like that. Terry had a problem with that. That's not a secret. Like he felt like how you gonna bring this guy in? I don't care what rings he won and what player he played with at the time in LeBron James. He's not better than me. I don't have a problem with them being.
And I want to see the quotes.
I'm telling you, I told you Dex was the one that told me.
See, you can't be going off what people are telling you and then basing the player off of that.
Like I didn't think nothing of it. Like I still don't think nothing of it. I'm not like I didn't take it as gospel. Like I was just like, okay, whatever. If that's what he did, that's not surprising because the same thing happened to LeBron James. Like with his teammate that they said wasn't close to the skill level that he had. It happens. Like like players in this league get tested that they think is stars. It not be by their teammates, but it be by opposing players, like where they don't think they is good. You could be good in college or high school, but come to the NBA and flame out. Like we've seen that time and time again with good college players that don't translate to the NBA.
Just post the link. Smitty, just post the link for me.
Oh, I need to get some
I'm
water.
not saying it didn't happen. I just want to see it happen. That's all. Somebody got to give me some evidence. You can't just say Terry Rozier was disgruntled with Kyrie and they had issues. Like, just show me, because I don't remember this. So if I'm clueless, fill me in, Schmitty. But Terry's definitely not a number 2 on a strong team. So, hopefully Brandon Miller can become that right away.
I don't think
Miles
so.
Bridges.
I think when Miles Bridges come back, if they doing the right thing, they should walk him in slowly.
Yeah, I mean, however they want to do it. I'm just watching it play out and then going off that. I'm not saying what they should or shouldn't do at this point.
You heard that PJ wanted $16 million.
He won $16 million per year.
Yeah, but he didn't get it. Like they said, let me get it right. Dallas, I think Dallas or something. It was Dallas and another team. Was thinking about giving it to him, but he himself said, him and his representation said that he wanted it because Isaiah Stewart from the Pistons got that kind of money, and that's what he wanted.
Was Isaiah Stewart part of the LaMelo Ball draft?
I forgot Dex. Like, I ain't even gonna lie.
Let me check.
I don't think so though. No, I don't think he was.
You sure?
Let me see. My chest is bothering me now.
I know he played in Washington. I know he's a Pac-12 guy.
What's this team name? Well, let me see something instead of doing that.
Yeah, he was drafted in 2020.
Oh,
Yeah.
he was?
Yeah.
I didn't even remember him getting taken in 2020.
Yeah, that's why I was saying that draft class is the most lucrative draft class in the history of the NBA.
That's crazy. That everybody said that draft class was no good because of
That's
one
right.
player.
Yep. Yeah, I agree.
That is so juiced. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, I'm happy for Isaiah Stewart, but that's the money that PJ was looking for.
PJ gonna have to wait up.
Yeah, I was just like, I was taken aback. I'm like, dang, like, not you. But you just gotta. Unfortunately, I guess guys wasn't impressed. Teams wasn't impressed with what he did last year.
No, because that was a very weak team. Even though PJ looked the part, but they looked at that didn't mount up to nothing. It didn't mount up to a hill of beans, and that team was so weak last season. And when you look and when you sparse that up, where LaMelo was a part of the team, and when LaMelo wasn't a part of the team, it just looked deplorable. Because I'm not just saying this because I'm a LaMelo guy. All you guys do is check the receipts. Go back and look. When LaMelo played, Charlotte Hornets attendance was off the roof, off the charts, and their TV time came back, and they went on a 6-game winning streak. LaMelo had a Charlotte record where I think he was like 25 something in a row, 25 games in a row for 25 points or something to that nature. And he also had that record where he shot a three-pointer in consecutive games as a Charlotte Hornet. So there was a lot of backstory for Charlotte Hornet, as well as fanfare fluff that got Charlotte on TV again, because they were slated for like 12 national TV games. And when LaMelo got hurt, they took him out. LeVar told me personally, he said, Dex, they got my boys going head to head. I forgot what month it was. And he said they took him off the TV schedule. He said they took him off the TV schedule because the Chicago Bulls and the Charlotte Hornets, my boys are not playing. So TNT, he said this was a TNT game, removed him off the TV schedule. And this was like at least 30-something games before that game. No, I mean, was it 30? I mean, not 30 some days, excuse me, days, not games, days. Like 30-something days before that game. Like it was like 34 days before that game was the slate to be on TNT. And he told me that 30 days prior. And guess what? That game was removed from TNT. Based on the fact, no ball points. Because he said, Jack, you still gonna have Jack Levine, you still gonna have DeMar DeRozan and Vucevic and all those guys, and then you still gonna have Terry Rozier, Gordon Hayward, and PJ Washington and all those guys. But they took it off. They took it off the schedule because my boys is not in the game. So you tell me what's going on. I was like, oh, okay. But I don't know if they really took it off or not.
I remember
You understand what I'm
that. I
saying?
remember that.
We had him on, I think we had him live on the stream, and I was out there chilling with him. But I don't know if they took it off or not. I wasn't even paying attention to that. He brought that to my attention. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm like, damn, do they tell the players their games are going to be on or not? I don't think so. I don't think they share that with the players. I'm like, how the fuck did he know that they removed that game? What executive he talking to? You know what I'm saying? And lo and behold, that game was removed on that TNT. That game was removed. So I say that to say this. When you have a PJ Washington doing what he's doing, subsurface. Did you hear what I just said? Subsurface. He wasn't even above surface. The Charlotte Hornet wasn't even above surface. They were subsurface. They were subterranean in their play in the NBA when LaMelo was not on that court. I'm not saying this because of LaMelo Ball. You guys know Lonzo is my guy. I'm not saying this because of LaMelo. I just got to speak the truth. They was subterranean in their display when LaMelo wasn't there. So who cares what PJ Washington do underground? You feel me? He didn't raise the level of play for the Charlotte Hornets. Nobody was checking for them. So PJ Washington, he's going out imagining that he's that dude when all he's doing is filling himself in a sphere of pareidolia. He has wrapped himself in a sphere of pareidolia. What he sees ain't really what he sees. Because based on what Purple Baby is sharing with us, that is the case. Nobody not rocking with that. PJ, are you serious? You asking for what? Well, your team that at one point wasn't going to win 20 games. The only reason why you guys reached it, I believe they reached the 20-game mark, is because a lot of teams shut down their top players. Because they was already slated in their postseason position. They couldn't move up, they couldn't move down, so you might as well rest your champions. So PJ should be ashamed of himself. using that as a leverage tool to get some cake in the NBA, and it wasn't even his birthday. Shame on him.
Yeah, I just said we'll see like where it goes from here. When it comes to him. Like, we'll
PJ
see.
need to bring it. PJ need to reel himself back in and play surface basketball, not subsurface basketball. He has that opportunity now with LaMelo Ball and Miles Bridges being healthy. He has that opportunity now. Hopefully, Gordon Hayward is healthy. He had that opportunity now. Hopefully, Terry Rozier is healthy. I'm not counting Brandon Miller because Brandon Miller has already seemed to be not the guy to right the ship. Brandon Miller appears to be the guy to ride along with the ship. You understand where I'm coming from? Brandon Miller seems to be not the guy to right the ship. But on the other hand, Brandon Miller appears to be the guy to ride along with the ship, meaning that he's not going to make no waves. He's not going to tilt the balance on the seesaw. He's not going to be the pendulum to say Charlotte Hornets have emerged as a serious contender. That's not the case with Brandon Miller. He's going to be the guy who plays within the system and survive while doing it, and he's not going to hurt the system. I don't think the link in the chain make sprockets turn and create forward motion. That's what I think of Brandon Miller. When they put him in the game, it's going to be a plus. I believe it's going to be a plus. And when they take him out of the game, I believe they're going to recognize that he's going to need more minutes. I don't trust Charlotte. I know what I was told about Charlotte. I'm talking about the hierarchy of the executive staff. I'm talking Larry. I'm talking James. I'm talking Michael. Now that regime is being replaced and supplanted by the newer owners who have majority stake in the team and have veto power. They did not hesitate to give LaMelo 260. Once Tyrese Halliburton broke out with that 260, they came right back the next day and gave LaMelo his. Whereas if there wasn't no new regime coming into the fold, I think that could have been a drag out period. And we would have been hearing pressers and media clips saying, we're not sure if LaMelo is pure enough to get this organization into the next stage. And this has nothing to do with Scoop. Has nothing to do with Scoop. Has nothing to do with Brandon. Has nothing to do with the number 2 overall pick. Nothing. It was the way things were in the Queen City under the old regime. Nigga shit. I'm not happy to say it. No, I'm pro-black. Not happy to say it. But that's what it's going to be. And you got Fat Lip, the biggest brand growth card all time, trying to shield Michael Jordan dirty business practices when it comes to shedding his purse strings to players that well causing irritation with the players and their agents, and the players bolt the swiftness. I'm talking about can't wait to get on Southwest Airlines. Who the heck travels Southwest Airlines these days? Oh, my bad, I'm sorry. These players can't wait to take the first thing out of Charlotte, even if it's Southwest Airlines. Get me out of here. These people are crazy. They're stingy. They're like the Grinch that stole Christmas. Things go negotiate. And that's ridiculous. You can't strive by at the same time, you are comfortable. And when it's time to get audited, those are your reasons. That's it. Skyrocketing. Debt decreasing. Those are your reasons. Skyrocketing. Debt. That is not our business. But you don't want to shed out your purse strings who serve it. And you guys that want to come here, relax, and rest. I reset. R&R with reset as one of the R's. Just relax. How the hell you get going from a supreme team? No, from up the back. Who does that as a competitor? Where's your competitor spirit? Where's your competitive pride? How do you come from a lofty position from a legacy franchise who love white players, love white good players? That's what Boston means. The white players. It's all the opportunity. Come to a Charlotte Hornet. Kicked off. I don't know if you guys can hear me, but mic check, mic check.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Man, that's crazy. I don't know why this StreamYard just keep kicking me off. I know I shouldn't be getting kicked off like this, but nevertheless, Gordon Hayward came all the way down to the depths of the bottomless pit for $120 million, and he has yet to elevate this team. Even when they got into a 2 consecutive play-in situation, Gordon Hayward was not available. He did not dribble one. Let me stop on Gordon Hayward, because I know he's a decent player when healthy, but he just has yet to do anything for the Charlotte Hornets team, and he just took our brother Michael Jordan money and fleeced him. While Michael was fleecing some other good players, this man came and fleeced Mike for 120. For 120, he fleeced Mike. And like I said, let the record reflect that every time Charlotte Hornets was going down the back stretch like stallions, maybe I won't say stallions, because that's a female horse, like thoroughbreds, down the back stretch, he was not nowhere to be found. It was Miles and LaMelo and Summer Terry. And so by the time they got into a playing game, I think these young men were they got to find a wheelchair. I mean, Indiana white, white. Those are two teams that were.
Yeah, you cutting out again, Dex.
I don't know to tell you.
Yeah, you were cutting out again, Dex.
Yeah, I was saying that Gordon Hayward was nowhere to be found when they needed him down the stretch. And Miles, LaMelo, and to some degree Terry did it. And when they got into the playing game, those legs was exhausted for how they had to speed up everything to qualify for that playing game. But Gordon Hayward was nowhere to be found.
Yeah, AT. I like PJ. I like PJ, but he also I like him as a release valve for LaMelo, a guy who can catch and shoot. You know, a guy who can breathe the big out a little bit if he's playing that 4 spot. But overall, he needs more tenacity and more defensive edge if all he's going to do is just be knocking down threes. That's how I feel about him. I don't know if he needs to get in better shape for that. I don't know if it's a mentality switch. I don't know if it's them not being defensive minded as a team, but that's what I'm looking to see from him. He can't be asking for a whole bunch of money if all he do is shoot.
Yeah, I think PJ is looking too much into the crystal skull. I don't know what it showed him as a reflection, but apparently he didn't read the room right. Because if he read the room the way it's supposed to be read, he knows that his worth probably wasn't as much as he pronounced. Because, like I said before, Charlotte Hornets, minus LaMelo Ball and Miles Bridges, were playing subterranean basketball. And you can't get no credit or respect when you play below dirt. It just doesn't happen. So you can try to fool somebody. You can try to send out the smoke and mirrors, cloak and dagger. You can try. But with these young crops coming up out of the draft, I don't think you can fool anybody nowadays. I don't think you can bluff your value. I just think that's highly improbable right now. And sadly mistaken, when that 2020 draft and those players is getting the lion's share prior to the new collective bargaining agreement, the CBA, being kicked in the force. Maybe he thought he can get out there and dribble his stats and someone will bite, like fish to bait. He probably thought he can get people to bite fish to bait. But when you go back and rewind and look at the Charlotte Hornets without LaMelo last year, not with LaMelo, without LaMelo, when PJ Washington became the main source of offensive output, because he had some pretty good games, but there was a losing matter. They was getting blown the fuck out. And his numbers wasn't like Jalen Green. So, what you trying to do, PJ? They didn't bite. They did not bite fish to bait. So now they have to go back to the drawing board and put up some real numbers, and hopefully Charlotte going to end up signing with for a long-term deal, for a 4 or 5 year deal, maybe 3 to 5. I say 3 to 5 year deal. If he's not able to put up numbers, so where do that put Brandon? Because that's what Slight wants to know. Where do that put Brandon? That put Brandon behind the 8 ball. And like I said before, I'm going to say it again. You got Miles Bridges, revenge tour, redeem factor. You got PJ Washington, contract hunt. So he's on a scavenger hunt for some bread. You got Gordon Hayward, wants to prove that he's a sustainable commodity in his final contract. And or mid-season stay with the Charlotte Hornets to his contract expires. And then you got the $260 million man. He has to show and prove that he is worth every freaking cent on that contract. He has to show and prove that he is worth the decimal place and the comma.
Now, Dex.
The commas, man.
Dex, what does that look like to you?
On what?
LaMelo Ball.
On what, Spike?
What is it? What does that look like? What does LaMelo Ball being worth every penny look like on the floor to you?
I think LaMelo Ball has to damn near average a triple-double, to be honest with you. From this team, he has to damn near average a triple-double. Listen, LaMelo Ball got it the hardest out of all 260 guys. Because Ant-Man, the number 1 overall draft, who's been in the playoffs 2 consecutive years, he has 2 All-Stars to assist him over in Minnesota. Right? So that alleviates a lot of pain and pressure for Ant-Man.
Absolutely.
Tyrese Halliburton, the first guy to get the 260. That was announced to get the 260. And I think it was calculated that Tyrese Halliburton get the 260 first. I think it was calculated to bring some eyes to Indiana, because that was an eye-opener to see that. That was a surprise. But he's got Miles Turner. He was a former All-Star. Wasn't he a former All-Star?
I don't think so, but I'll double check right now.
I think he made 1. I think Miles made 1. Or was just Sabonis the only one that ever made All-Star out of that group as an Indiana Pacer. But nevertheless, you got Miles Turner. You got Benedict Mathurin. They traded Chris Duarte. So he's out. You got Buddy Hield. Right? And now you got Obi Toppin. Okay? Obi Toppin and Miles Bridges basically cancel out each other. But he still got 3 formidable players that have all-star potential in Buddy Hield, Miles Turner, and Benedict Mathurin to help him out. I can't think if they have anybody else over there besides those. But that's still 3 quality guys. Now, LaMelo, to me, he only really have Miles Bridges. I don't even count Terry Rozier. Because Terry don't show up when it's time to show up. He has some games where he hits some game-winning shots and things of that nature. But that ain't what I'm talking about. I'm talking about being down 6 and he scores 8 points. That's what I'm talking about in the fourth quarter. Not the team scored the 8 points, and then Terry Rozier happened to hit a 3-pointer from the corner from a broken play. I'm talking about getting a bucket when it's time to get a bucket, every time it's time to get a bucket, because you are the veteran on that team. Gordon Hayward, same thing. You are the veteran on that team. So they have low-level veterans. When it's time to get a bucket, they can give it to Gordon Hayward. I don't mean he's going to execute. They can give it to Terry. It don't mean he can execute. But once Terry in rhythm, yes, he's unstoppable. He's going to make every damn shot miserable. He's probably the third worst best shooter, Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan. That's a possibility. Because Terry takes some horrible shots sometimes and he makes them. But that's not good basketball. That's bad basketball. Anytime you take a horrible shot, that's bad basketball being displayed. Because basketball is designed, according to the doctor, to get the easiest shot possible. And what's the easiest shot? A layup. Outside a layup, a jump. An open layup, that's the easiest shot. And that's how basketball is designed to be played. So if you can't get the easiest shot, at least get an open shot. So when you look at that, LaMelo has parts and this is 260. He's 260 strong. So don't get it twisted. This is not the stream that give LaMelo pity parties. You got to go to the other streams for that. It's going to put tears in your eye because poor Melo, the guy in the color game, whatever that car is. Poor LaMelo, that's in the Lamborghini. Poor LaMelo, he got 260 million. Poor LaMelo, oh my God. Why did you do this to LaMelo? Get the fuck out of here, yo. This ain't a pity party for LaMelo. LaMelo is where he's supposed to be, as predicted per LeVar Ball. LeVar Ball. Yeah, I see that. Per LeVar Ball. LaMelo is where he's supposed to be. So shocked. See, the man is full of fantasy.
Dex, I gotta step in, man, because sounds like your cellular data is being pushed to the limit right now. But yeah, LaMelo's definitely got to make it shake this season.
Doggone it.
You all right? I can hear you now.
Yeah, but this is not a pity party for LaMelo. I'm just being brutally honest that out of all the 260 guys, LaMelo Ball has it more difficult than the other two. I think Ant-Man got it the easiest. I think Tyrese Halliburton is the middle, and LaMelo Ball has it the worst. Because let me share this with you about Tyrese Halliburton. He has a hell of a coach. I don't give a damn. Rick Carlisle's a hell of a coach. He's already a Hall of Famer. And he already knows how to work a player of their skill set. Because he worked with Kid. He worked with Luka. He got Luka to the Western Conference. No, he didn't get Luka to the Western.
And Jalen Brunson.
Oh, and Jalen Brunson, yeah. I forgot about Jerry. It was somebody else I was thinking. I was going to say Terry. But yeah, I knew it was somebody. Thank you, Spike, for that layup. Yeah, he got Jalen Brunson. So he knows how to work with a guard that's on the ball heavy and can teach him things on how to balance and enter the game, not frantic, not mind heavy, but with equanimity.
Now,
Carlisle can do that for a guard.
Have you watched Halliburton? Have you got a good look at him?
Of course, I watch Halliburton. He plays in Stacktown. He used to play the Lakers all the time.
Yeah, he's a really, really, really good player already.
But not only that, is he a good player? Listen, you know my Halliburton story, right? Should I tell it again?
Yeah, you tell me. Yeah.
When I tried to get the interview, and he had that real pretty snow bunny on his side, and she kept calling him honey. I was like, what young couple call each other honey like that in public? Because he was a youngster, you know. Honey, honey. What happened to that? But nevertheless, he was going to give me an interview until he saw me with that LiAngelo Ball mask on. That killed it. Even though she was pecking him on the shoulder to get his attention so he can give me the interview, because I started to go through her to get to him, because he started paying me no attention. He put me on Do Not Disturb, D&D. And but his girl was aware of what I was trying to do, but she didn't have no clue of what the hell that LiAngelo Ball mask meant.
Yeah.
But he did. So I didn't get the interview.
What was
Say that again, Spike?
You said it was a LiAngelo Ball mask?
Well, I had a mask. This was during when you had to have masks on, right? In public arenas. The pandemic was basically over, but you still had to have the mask in certain areas. And Las Vegas was one of the ones that carried it because it had a high, dense population of tourism. So you had a lot of in and out. So Las Vegas had a mask mandate. So on my mask, it had neon lights in sequential that said Jello Ball. You know how when you look at a marquee under the neon lights and it scrolls across? That's how my mask was made. It had lights in my mask and it read LiAngelo Ball. The owner of the Sacramento Kings came up to me and asked me permission to take a picture. The owner, the Indian guy, the owner of Sacramento Kings, the Indian dude, dark Indian guy.
Vivek.
Yeah, I can't remember. I don't know his name, but he was fascinated at my mask. He said I was bold because I was sitting like right behind him. He said, "You're so bold to have that mask sitting behind me." He said, "Can I get a picture of that mask?" So he called somebody over. They came. They took a picture of the mask. I don't know what he did with it because I don't know, you know. But he took a picture of the mask. He was taken aback that I had that mask on, sitting in the Sacramento Kings area, and I was sitting right there behind the owner, the general manager. And then you had it's on Flight Sports TV. You just got to look down in the boat, you'll see it. But you know, you had Luke Walton, Alvin Gentry, the Snow Bunny, and Tyrese Halliburton. And I think my homeboy was there too, but I didn't get a glimpse at it. I didn't get him, Stacey Augman, because he was working with the coaching staff of Luke Walton. But I don't know if he was there that game or he was somewhere else doing something else. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, he didn't give me an interview, but that's a whole different situation. But he was doing a whole lot for the organization. He was like the front man, the face. So when he got traded, I was shocked. I was flabbergasted. I was like, what? They trade Tyrese Halliburton for all that I knew that he was doing within the organization and the charity work and the volunteer stuff and representing
Yeah, I was
Sacramento
shocked
Kings.
and surprised. Everybody in Sacramento was shocked and surprised.
I was like, what the hell? Darian Fox wasn't doing that shit. He wasn't out there kissing babies and waving to the crowd. Darian was like somewhere else. Where is Darian Fox from?
Texas.
Huh?
He's from Houston.
Oh, he's from Houston. That's right. Houston. That's right. Yeah, Darian Fox is down there in Houston, man. You already know what Houston does. Houston is, it's like Atlanta. That's all I'm gonna tell you. So he probably was out doing his thing while Tyrese Halliburton was the ambassador for the Sacramento Kings. Yeah, hit that damn like button. That's right. Cutter. Tell them. I don't know why they be fudging on that like button. They want our content. They want the information, but they don't want to hit the like button. That's asinine to me. Don't be egregious. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button.
Would you
Yes,
you
sir.
say that trade with Sacramento was a win-win for Indiana and Sacramento?
Yeah, it was a win-win, no doubt. It was a win-win. At first, I thought Indiana got fleeced. I ain't gonna lie. I said, Indiana done got fleeced. They done sent the all-star up there to play with Darian Fox. And not only is he an all-star, he's a non-trouble all-star. Sabonis can get his money in a multitude of ways. He don't have to be spoon-fed. You know what I'm saying? He do not have to be spoon-fed because he got some Draymond Green in him. He's a white boy, but he got some Draymond Green in him. So he ain't got a spoon-fed Sabonis. So that was perfect. And then, listen, they practically got the Kentucky team up there in Sacramento. Trey Lyles, Malik Monk, Darian Fox. I think there's one more guy up there from Kentucky. So, yeah. He said, born in New Orleans, moved to LA. You talking about Darian Fox? The main event? I'm not sure who you're talking about. Born in New Orleans, moved to LA. But nevertheless, yeah, that was a win-win, Spike. But I didn't think so at first, though. And the reason why I started to notice, because Indiana was winning. Indiana was peeling heads for a minute with Tyrese at the helm. And that put him in the All-Star game. That first half of the season put Tyrese Halliburton in the All-Star game. You there, Spike? Yeah, Spike done went out.
Oh, yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that put Tyrese in the All-Star game that first half of the season because Indiana was just
before he went down.
Yeah, Indiana was running amok. Yeah, and then the injuries. Yeah, the injuries came, and that was it for that. Yeah, that was bye-bye. But I still think that 260 is premature for Tyrese Halliburton. It's yet to be an extended season. We have yet to see Tyrese Halliburton play meaningful basketball in a meaningful situation. That's the only gripe I got about him receiving 260. Because with how he looks in the extended season, we haven't got that. We don't see LaMelo in the play-in. We see Ant-Man in 2 consecutive playoff series. So for Tyrese Halliburton not getting in an extended season opportunity to see how he play in pressurized moments, I thought the 260 was premature. But who am I, right? Indiana didn't see it that way. Indiana said, nah, give this man this money now. Lock him in. We're good. But I'm not saying he shouldn't have gotten an extension. I'm just saying the 260. I thought that was a lot.
Yeah, I hear
but
what
Indiana wasn't. They didn't feel premature about it. They locked him in and locked him in quick.
Yeah,
but
they felt
other
like
than that,
they found their point guard of the future for sure.
Yeah. But 260 though, that's what I'm saying.
About it.
The 260. That's the only thing. I'm not saying he's not worth an extension. Of course, he's worth an extension. Yes, he's worth the max, but the super max, that surprised me because in actuality, Tyrese Halliburton, he doesn't even have any personal accolades for that draft class. Nor do we have any extended season experience from that draft class.
He probably leads the class in assists for sure.
No, not like that. Yeah, not like that. I'm not talking about like categories like that because you don't get no reward for leading your draft class in assists. That's no award. It's maybe a personal accomplishment. So that don't even count as an accolade. I'm talking about he didn't win Rookie of the Year. He didn't get He didn't get all NBA. He didn't get scoring title. He didn't even get a combination of assist and rebound title.
He was an all-star, right?
Yes, but that don't get you 260 because a lot of all-stars ain't gonna never see 260.
It was probably the trajectory based off of what he's probably the stats that he's accomplished, and then making an all-star team is probably the trajectory.
Because when you look at it, you can say how many all-stars have Draymond Green being a part of it. And he had never seen 260 in a one contract year. Maybe over a career, but not in one contract year. You'll never see that. Then you can go, how many all-stars have DeMar DeRozan been in? He'll never see 260. Maybe in his career, but never one contract. You feel me? You see where I'm going with?
They traded for Halliburton. They targeted him. So he was
No, that's not a problem. Tyrese Halliburton is not a problem. He deserves what he's worth. That's not the problem. I'm just saying, in my eyes, that I thought 260 was a lot for Halliburton based on his career. Because you make one All-Star game doesn't make you 260. That's all I'm saying. And he only led his team for half a season. Doesn't make you 260. You feel me? Now if he was in charge of Indiana for 2 years or maybe 3 years, like De'Aaron Fox up in Sacramento, then I can understand that because the franchise is banking on paying you for what you have already done for that franchise. Tyrese Halliburton ain't done nothing for Indiana. Nothing. Nothing that you can go back and say, okay, I see where it started at. You understand what I'm saying?
Maybe they should have waited for this. You know what I mean?
But he got it though, Spike. So we ain't gonna take it from him. He got it. So like I said, Indiana, regardless of what we say or anybody else try to poo-poo on Tyrese Halliburton getting 260, Indiana says, screw you. We know what we do.
They know it's going to be hard to come by another guard like that.
Yeah, that's the prototype now. Tall guards that can see over defense and are playmakers. Because Tyrese don't turn the ball over that much. He's not out there wilding, playing and one basketball. He's strictly a hooper. And he plays the game the right way. So that leaves him room to be coached.
What do you think about that Mathurin kid?
I like Mathurin. I liked him in college. Yeah, I like Mathurin. He was in consideration of being a number 1 overall draft. Him and Dalen Terry were teammates in college. So Mathurin is already he's ready. Mathurin is the one who got Chris Duarte out of there. It was because of his play.
That's true.
So he made Chris Duarte expendable.
Yeah, I didn't even look at it like that.
Mm-hmm. So I like him. He gave Paolo a run for his money for Rookie of the Year. And in that rookie campaign, Mathurin at one point had took over the Akia Rookie of the Year ladder for like a month or two. And then Paolo came back and, got his rightful position and went on and won the Rookie of the Year. But Mathurin was right there on his heels. So yeah, I think Mathurin is going to be a part of that team for a long, long time. He's one of the cornerstones for Indiana, along with Tyrese. They're gonna roll that out together.
Absolutely. I like that combo too.
Yeah, that's a good combo. So we're gonna see what Indiana gonna do this season. And I think the NBA, this is also what I need to talk about. People talk about LaMelo Ball. Talk a lot of shit. And we know, like me, already, this is why because information out there. And no, people trying to ask you to draw information because once they get you have to put the counter that. That means they draw that probably should be 1,000 or that rate. I'm saying names are said really.
Hey Dex, you cutting in and out, brother.
What about now?
There you go.
Is better?
Yeah, that's better.
So I think I gotta hold it right here. So what I'm saying.
Fight back, Dex. Fight back. And just like that, I think we lost him again. Yep. But yeah, I want to know what some of y'all think about Steve Clifford too. In the chat, you can let me know what y'all think about Steve Clifford as the coach. Because a lot of people did not like Borrego. So, yeah, I can hear you now. Yep.
Okay, so I don't know what part did you hear me at, but I'm gonna try to go back. A lot of people didn't like LaMelo and they talk shit about LaMelo. And a lot of this was based on lack of information, trolling, and just being mean-spirited because of the dad, right? So LaMelo became the target because Lonzo was kind of in and out, up and down. So he was not a chewable target anymore. So just bear witness. So I know that you guys will still hear me. Like, yes, just say a little something. So I know that I'm still going. So what happened was with LaMelo is that I don't knee-jerk response to a lot of the LaMelo Ball talk, the Lonzo Ball talk, or the LiAngelo Ball talk. And the reason why I don't do knee-jerk reaction is due to the fact that I might have some information that's not to be shared Not like it's secretive or, it's just maybe a private conversation. Or it's just something that, it just comes out, but not say, nobody say don't share it, but it hasn't been in a format where I know I can share it. But nevertheless, I don't knee-jerk respond because of my integrity. And I know a lot of people gaslight narratives and things of that nature to draw out a response. Because when you draw a response, it's going to be in counter to what they're doing. And so if they don't have the information, they're trying to draw out the information by throwing a rock in the pond. When you throw a rock in a pond and it hits the water and the water kind of just ripple out, kind of wave out. That's what they try to do. They throw the rock in the pond of information. Hopefully information wave out, right? Kind of ripple out. And then they can grab from that. So I don't knee-jerk respond. Sometimes I laugh at it. Sometimes I ignore it. Sometimes I don't even hear it. Just white noise. But nevertheless, by them talking shit about LaMelo and not coming back full circle to congratulate LaMelo. I'm talking about openly congratulating him. I'm not talking family and friends. Because family and friends, they done already did it because they done already knew the news that LaMelo was going to be max extension out already. I'm talking about weeks in advance. So when it hits the news cycle, why is it so much quiet? When it hits the news cycle, why are we not hearing about LaMelo? Why are we not hearing about Ant-Man? Why are we not hearing about Tyrese Halliburton? Where's the news cycle at? To celebrate these young men for reaching such a magnificent financial feat. This is why you have to call out these bastards. If you are a LaMelo Ball fan, if you are an Ant-Man fan, if you are a Tyrese Halliburton fan, why are you not calling out these rat bastards who talk all kind of trash about that 2020 draft? And look and behold, it has become the most lucrative investment in all of NBA history when it comes to talent source, talent pool, 2020 draft. Where are the articles? You would think somebody done crunched the numbers by now. What you think, Spike?
Well, what you mean? What you mean, Dex?
Somebody would have crunched the numbers. Somebody would have went through that draft, since the extensions are eligible now.
Right.
And look to see who all been signed, how much they've been signed to, and culminate the sum total of that draft and bring it to the forefront to say how much this draft is worth. How much appreciation do the owners or the executive staff for teams to invest in this draft?
Right.
You don't hear anything. We have Fight Sports TV talking about it. And we ain't crunching no numbers. But we recognize something. And we recognize a trend that is far too awful. Just like when LaMelo entered the draft, they had a lot of negative things to say. Did you see the quibbling about LaMelo? Did you hear the kerfuffle about LaMelo? Did you hear and see all the controversies about LaMelo? What happened to coming back full circle and admitting that you got it wrong? I didn't see it right. I was poor observation.
A lot of them said LaMelo wouldn't make the NBA.
Yeah. I mean, do we need to go that deep? You know what I'm saying? Because we already know that's fluster. You know what I mean? Because he's already there. He's already been drafted. But that class, see, I'm celebrating that whole class from top to bottom. First round, second round. That class is the most prized of all of NBA since 75 years. Now, maybe 4 more years down the line, it's going to be a class that outdo it. But right now, as we speak, this is the class. Nobody has outdone this class from top to bottom. So, congratulations to the 2020 pandemic year draft. And keep in mind, this is what I want y'all to hear. Keep in mind, nobody out of that draft had a summer league. They only had a few days of training camp, and they was at it because it was a special year for the earth. It had reopened. The earth was shut down. I'm talking about in industrial nations were shut down based on the pandemic. And these young men who play NBA basketball came through, and they had a draft where they thought they might not even have a draft. Remember, it got to that point. They was thinking that it might not be a draft. But Adam Silver came in at the 12th hour and say, we having a draft, and it's going to be celebrated. Everybody was being drafted in their homes. Think of over this. There was no gathering of these young players in an environment where they can shake each other's hands and hug each other and get some of the anticipation off their shoulders and the anxiousness and the trepidations. They didn't have that at their disposal. The only thing they had was family. And it all boils down to family. And by them being home with their family and having draft parties amongst family and friends, it exploded to what we have now financially, where you have three $260 million, the most lucrative draft of all time. I think that says a lot. And coming into the season, I think we need to celebrate these men who were drafted in a pandemic year, who had very little resources to work with, to train with, to come into the NBA prepared. And these men excelled. Ant-Man, LaMelo Ball, Desmond Bain, Obi Toppin, Killian Hayes, Sadiq Bey, Isaiah Stewart, Tyrese Halliburton, to name a few.
You know who else didn't get their deal yet from this class?
I know Patrick Williams didn't get his deal yet.
Tyrese Maxey.
No, I think Tyrese Maxey was put off. The reason why he didn't get his deal yet is because it was put off for Philly to have some money to go after Damian Lillard. So they agreed to.
Right.
Yeah, they agreed to defer Tyrese Maxey. And I think he don't have no problem with it because they're trying to get Damian Lillard. Now, if they don't get Damian Lillard, we might hear a Tyrese Maxey deal.
He's probably going to get that 260.
No, I don't think he's going to get 260. Not Tyrese Maxey. It says Hooper Radar, Flight Sports TV. Do you think the Hornets can make the playoff next season? Hooper, we talked about that earlier to Anaza, but some feel they can make the playoffs. I think they can make a play-in. So there's a possibility. We don't know how this season will break. But there is a possibility that they can make the playoffs. Shout out to Kelfani.
Oh yeah, what's up, man? If I shout out to Flight Sports TV, like I said, hit that down like button up there. Anyway, yeah, I agree. I agree with this draft class is. I believe LaMelo should have got the 260 million. I knew that he was going to get it weeks ago. I know some of the people that was up here on the panel didn't think that he shouldn't get it. And where's the people with the same energy he had now? I don't hear nothing from him. So yeah. So he deserved it, you know what I'm saying? Nobody think he was gonna make it to the NBA. I knew he was gonna make it. I saw the way he was playing overseas. So I knew that was gonna translate his playing style is gonna translate to the NBA. So I wasn't surprised by his talents.
Yeah, for most of us, it was plain to see. It was just easy to see what he was just playing. He was playing the game at a different speed mentally than everybody else,
Hmm.
and he's extremely, extremely creative.
Yeah. You gotta think about it. He's more advanced than any rookie that came in. He's only 21. And he was ahead of his time when he came in. He was already ready, you know.
Yep, he
So
came in ready. Absolutely. What do you think about Brandon Miller?
I think Brandon Miller is gonna be okay. I think once the season start, the jitters, or the jitters not gonna be there because I think LaMelo gonna put him in the right situation to be successful. You know, and a few other guys on the team that's gonna say make sure of it.
Yeah, I pretty much agree with that as well.
Like I said, I know he got a lot of criticism. He's 6'9". He still probably got to work on his handles a little bit. I mean, there's a lot of guys that need to work on their handles a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Brandon Miller is just one of them guys. Like I said, Summer League doesn't make or break a rookie going into the regular season. See, in a summer league, it ain't really about team ball anyway. Everybody's trying to get theirs. You know what I'm saying? You know, unfortunately for Charlotte, they for some reason they don't take. Well, it's the trainers over there too. It's just they don't take the summer league seriously though, like other teams do. You know what I'm saying? They haven't won a game. You know what I'm saying yet in the summer league. If I last recall, they didn't even win one last year or the year before. You know, well, but
Yeah, man,
hopefully.
I pretty much agree with everything you're saying. I'm just I'm just letting you get it out, but shit, I pretty much agree. They don't take summer league seriously. They
I
don't they
don't.
don't try to play a real system in the summer league and hammer it in. These guys are not committed to making the extra passes and all that. So it's almost like you got to fend for yourself, you know?
Yeah, that's pretty much how it is. You know, I don't. I'm gonna say we gonna see what Book Night look like. Book Night is gonna be. Hopefully, we gonna see what he gonna do the start of the season. I guess he gonna be on the roster. So hopefully, we'll see how he do.
I gotta check out the highlights from that 26 point game he just dropped. I think.
Oh yeah, that ain't the first time he dropped a 26-point game. I mean,
Nah, I know, but it's just been a minute, so
it's been a
I
minute.
want to I want to
Yeah,
see what it looked like right now.
yeah,
Because
yeah.
every scoring outburst ain't the same. You know what I mean? I want to see how he was getting the shots.
Yeah, yeah, he was probably had a, they don't tell me find out what shoot percentage is because was a 26-point game was an ugly 26 points, but the shooting percentage and all that.
Okay, he had 28. My bad. He had 28. But yeah, I'm looking at it right now to see what it looked like, man. Yeah, see what it looked like.
28 points.
And they still lost too.
Yeah, 28 points. Yeah, well, a couple of assists did he have? I mean, I know he took some threes to get the. I know he could
Yeah,
took some.
yeah, he had 4 threes. So yeah, 12 of the 28 was threes.
Okay, he had 4 threes. So okay, that's not bad.
I see he caught an alley oop, but he wide open on the alley oop, running full speed, and he had to lay it up. He looked like he don't stretch enough or something.
Yeah, man. I don't know what these guys do in the off season. Like I said, like you stretch out, do what you need to do. I don't,
Because
but it's,
I feel like he's more explosive than what he's looking like.
yeah.
Yeah, man. I mean, at UConn, he was an explosive player. Like he like his layup game. He had a really he would get high in the air and be able to adjust his layups in midair. He also finished above the rim quite often and with authority. But I'm not getting none of that no more. You know what I mean?
Well, like I said, if he on the roster for the season, I mean, I don't know if they're gonna have him. He shouldn't. They should. I don't think. Hopefully, he don't be back and forth into Greensboro into the NBA, up and down. I think he should be at the point where he shouldn't even be on the roster no more.
Yeah,
But
but why did Steve Clifford really didn't play him?
I don't know, man. So I just hope. I just hope that I'm trying to start this goal, man. Because I think Borrego, it was what, man. He was still coaching. Was the reason why Book Knight wasn't getting a lot of playing time. And Borrego had to get traded. It got so crazy over there, man. But I said Book Knight wants to fight the dude. You know what I'm saying? Want to fight him.
Right.
So yeah, they had to get the Borrego out of there, Devontae Graham, man, because Book Knight want to fight the guy, bro. Like, I mean, I can't blame him, but that's
I
how
just
bad
want
it
to know why
was.
Steve Clifford didn't play Book Knight. It was a whole new coach, and it's another year of development, and Book Knight did not play it. Steve Clifford didn't play him at all.
I mean,
Book Knight had to work on his sobriety. You know what I mean? People they smell that shit all over your breath. They just do they ready to play.
yeah, I mean, yeah, we do know about the Book Knight. He was drinking. Well, Dex, he was drinking and went into class last year, right? Was that last year? Behind the wheel sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was found behind the wheel sleep.
Inebriated.
He drunk himself to sleep on the road. Yeah.
Yeah, we got some glimpse of Miles. Garvey Flight got some videos on Miles in the Vogue. Go check out some of them videos. Go look it up and hit that Miles Bridges, and he got some footage of Miles.
You look he ready to play, or he need to? He gonna have a little rust, man. You gotta get the rust off. I know who be getting some shots up.
Well, he's a clutch client. I don't think clutch clients just gonna let them sit there and rigor mortis set in, and he get all stiff. Now Ben Simmons was an aberration. Ben Simmons, he had some mental issues going on, and he had a back issue at the same time. So I don't think Miles is in that space. I think Miles is relieved that his off-court issues have simmered to some degree. I think they will regurgitate once you get on that court. People will start talking about that again. And he's just going to have to overcome it. He's going to have to ignore the white noise and just get out there and start dunking on people and start winning basketball games.
That's the same thing go to Ben Simmons, because to him, I just want to laugh at him. But I think I want to laugh in his face if I was to meet him in person. But just to say, it's like he say he's mental. Mental. He still got mental health. I hope he don't claim that for the rest of the season.
Well, one thing about mental health, I think that's a serious issue, especially in black men. I know he's an Aussie, but he's still a black Aussie. Albeit mulatto, whatever you want to label him. But yeah, we have those issues, and a lot of us don't address it. I know Kevin Love did address his as a Cleveland Cavalier, and I believe he wrote a book based on it as well. I think it was a #1 bestseller on the
I mean,
New
I
York
addressed it
Times.
too. I mean, I asked him this. I told him I have a bit of mental health, but I don't let it take me to the point to where I'm going to give up, and then just lose hope. You know what I'm saying? Type
Well,
thing. Yeah.
Calfani, I don't think Ben Simmons is doing that. I mean, Ben Simmons is living in the lap of luxury. So
Yeah.
his mental health is different from me and yours. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
That's real true.
he still got the comfortability of having concierge and chefs and all kind of stuff at his becking order or at his disposal. Where me and you, if we have mental health, it's we working it, so it's gonna be a little more hectic dealing with that situation.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I hope he don't lose. I hope he gets his mind. Well, whatever's going on with Ben Simmons, like I said, I hope he get it right because he could soon see himself at the NBA one day. You know what I'm saying? And if he don't got no backup plans behind it, no investments plans, with all the money that he made over the course of his career this far, he gonna be in bad shape.
Yeah, that's always a possibility.
Because we already know about a lot of former NBA players that had a lot of money and went bankrupt, or or just or don't have none at all no more.
I really don't think Ben Simmons' lifestyle is that wild that he would run through his money. I think that by him being an Aussie, it's a possibility once he retired, he goes back home on that big old land out there and builds something. And that way he'll never have to worry about going broke. I don't think his American lifestyle have taken over him to the point that he lost his sense of identity.
No. Yeah. I was looking at his restaurant the other day. Shaq, he got it's called Big Chicken. Came out with a restaurant over here in the Chicago area. I ain't been to it
Oh, he got a
yet.
restaurant?
Big Chicken. I don't know. Yeah, he opened one in Chicago. It's probably opened a couple other places. You don't see no Big Chickens in LA? I know he should have a couple out there.
He had a restaurant down there at the time when it was called the Staples Center down in LA Live, but he sold it to Kevin Johnson, the former mayor of Sacramento.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is he the former mayor? He might still be the mayor. I'm not sure. But Kevin Johnson is an ex-NBA player who played with Charles Barkley as the Phoenix Suns, and then he ended his career up in Sacramento when Sacramento was nothing.
Yeah, that was strange. I thought Kevin Johnson was going to finish his career in Phoenix because that's the last time I seen him playing.
Yeah, Phoenix didn't want to pay him. I think they didn't want to pay him, so he ended up getting shipped up there to Sacramento, ended his career there, and he became the mayor. He became a lovable mayor as well. So he bought that restaurant in Shaq's restaurant in LA, and it's called Fixin'.
Okay.
I had a birthday party there once, and I've been there a few times. They got good food. They eat a lot of food. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah. Yeah, so I just they shut Wembanyama. I saw that they shut him down for the rest of the season, so he don't got the rest of the summer. So he don't have no more expectations until the season start. I knew that was gonna happen though.
Yeah, once Wembanyama had his decent game, Pop is not gonna keep that kid out there playing basketball. He probably have other things for him to focus on prior to the engagement of training camp.
Yeah.
So he had his good game, he shut him down. Brandon had his good game, shut him down. That's what they do. I don't like it, but I understand it.
I guess you still want them to compete throughout the summer and to the end, but Yeah, so
I mean, the Lakers did that to Brandon Ingram, but Brandon Ingram had an injury. He had an injury, but they still shut him down. It wasn't a serious injury, but they said, "Nah, we shutting him down."
Yeah, man. I was gonna see what about them Pelicans. Are the Pelicans gonna be in good shape this year? They
no
should.
Zion.
And what about Zion? Zion said he might sit down for half the season. We don't know. But like I said, he still got some personal issues going on with his like I said, with his walking and stuff like that, and amongst other things. So I don't know.
Yeah, Michael Jordan out there hanging out with Magic. Michael Jordan, the Snow Bunny.
Yeah, that's crazy. Michael Jordan got
Snow
Bunny.
Michael Jordan is the blackest dude in the group, but he has the Snow Bunny. The only Snow Bunny in the group, Michael Jordan.
Yeah, I seen the clip and that said they asked Michael Jordan, "Do you approve of your son being Miss Scottie Pippen wife?" He's like, "No."
Yeah,
I said, "Yeah." But Michael, his son gonna do what he want. He's grown, so I mean, she ain't paying him no mind though.
So Michael out there touring the world with Magic Johnson. Neither one of them have a care in the world. Mike sold his majority share of his franchise, the Charlotte Hornets, and so him and Magic, Samuel Jackson, and a few more of Magic's friends, they just out there just having the ball.
Yeah. Well, I think Michael Jordan made enough money. I don't know. Maybe to some point he was one of the black owners there. I mean, one of the black owners. I know that was big for the NBA for having black owners and stuff like that. But do you think he was maybe kind of in the room of the governors? Do you think that was like, man, you know what? But you just share that you think they talked him into it? Like, you know what, man? I think it's time for you to sell it.
No doubt.
Yeah, I believe so too. I just wondered, do you agree with me on that? Not because I believe that it was some type of kind of talk like that, but you just don't. You just ain't gonna just share the majority of your shares just for nothing.
No doubt. Yeah, I think they coerced him into selling. I don't think Mike was a willing participant in that.
To begin with, he was just experimenting. Yeah, maybe so.
But Mike made a lot of money, so that's what happens, right? He done got Charlotte up and running, and now they want to give it to some other people.
Yeah, so they
From
can
the
take the credit.
Bobcats to the Hornets.
So they can take the credit, but they're still gonna get the credit to Mike though. You can't do that. Mike ain't gonna let them have the credit.
They can't get Mike no credit. They already hammered Mike. They already hammered Mike on the negative. And some of us assisted with that.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to be too hard on Mike, but I say he wasn't making all the decisions. Somebody was telling this by telling him that,
Well, shout out to Amari Bailey for signing his two-way contract, according to Kevin Stewart. Thank you for that tidbit of information. Pac-12 guy Amari Bailey.
I think shout out to the Bulls. They got over there two-way contract. Adamo Sanago, whoever he is, and the other Turkish dude also looked like he had a pretty good game. So I don't know what the Bulls gonna do this season. Let's see. So the Lakers looking like they're gonna be, you know what I'm saying? They're looking like they're gonna be something. So maybe it'll just be the time of LeBron. Can LeBron get one more ring? We're gonna find out. It's gonna be tough. There's a lot of competition out there this season.
Well, according to Chance, he said that LeBron James will be given his 5th championship this season.
Is they gonna give it to him? He said he said the basketball guys gonna give it to him. Hey, you never know.
That's what Chan say. I don't know.
The basketball guys might give it to him so they can say, "Well, LeBron, get the hell out of here. We tired of seeing you." I doubt it though, but you know, we I've seen stranger things happen in the NBA. I think all this season strange stuff happened in NBA overtime. But hey, if they want to, I think LA gonna be in the playoffs. You know, the ratings is gonna be all. It's gonna be, the ratings gonna go. For ratings and everything else. Gotta have some type of entertainment.
Yeah, I think the Lakers in Denver might be the Christmas game this year. I think the Lakers will get that Christmas game and they will play the Denver Nuggets.
I know that's gonna be a game. I know the Lakers gonna be ready. They got swept this past season. Oh man, that's gonna be a game.
So it'll be the Lakers on the West Coast on Christmas, and let's see who I think will be on the East Coast for that Christmas game. Probably Miami and Boston.
Yeah, Miami in trouble though because that was a big loss when they got when they I don't know, man. Pat Riley shouldn't try to lowball Gabe Vincent. I should have just gave him what he asked for. Gave him $30-some million because Lakers offered him $33 million. That was only offering him. Miami, he was just offering only $24 million. So he been on here. I guess he wanted to be closer to home too. I guess he got a house up there in LA. So maybe that's another reason why he chose. So I don't know.
All of them got houses.
Yeah, I don't know what I don't know how Miami gonna be this year. It's gonna be very interesting. But that was a big loss. I think Gabe Vincent. It was a big loss to the team.
So who all left Miami? Gabe Vincent and who else?
No, Tyler Hero's still over there, isn't he?
Who? Yeah, he's still there.
Yeah. I heard he wanted. I heard they was trying to give it up, but they're not gonna give it to Tyler Hero. They're not gonna do that. I heard Damian Lillard was.
For Damian Lillard, they will.
For Damian Lillard, want to go to Miami, but are they really gonna make that move? We gonna find out because but to us, it look like Damian Lillard gonna be there with the Portland at the start of the season with Scoop Henderson. So it's gonna be. Scoop Henderson was gonna probably be the starting point guy if Damian Lillard wasn't gonna be there, but that's not what it's looking like though.
They kind of slow playing this Dame Lillard thing. They slow playing it out. But
Two hand cut behind the head.
Yes.
Oops, sorry about that. Shout out to Flight Sports TV, the machine, the voiceless, the people's champ, the hottest in these streets. Shout out to the panel. Shout out to the chat. We love your engagement. And shout out to everybody, the night riders that's riding with us tonight on the highway, on the byway, in matters that count the most, first line workers and essential workers. We appreciate you. And even those that might be rocking with us in the military. Shout out to you.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, man. I think Portland got to do something though because Dex, nobody doesn't want to come off the bench. I know Anthony Simons not coming off the bench for Scoop if Damian Lillard's still there. I know he's not gonna want to take the come off the bench behind the rookie that's coming to the league. And down well that Damian Lillard not coming off the bench. So they got to do something. They got to do something at the start of the season, or
I just find it interesting that Dame put himself in this position. So I don't feel sorry for Dame, but I just think it was a bad thing to do to wait so long because the longer he waited, he screwed himself from being able to get up and running early on in the free agency grab.
Yeah.
So a lot of people, I mean, excuse me, not a lot of people.
No,
A lot of teams,
right.
yeah, a lot of teams went out reaching and securing talent, while Dame was just sitting there with a zipper over his mouth because he wanted to wait to the 12th hour to see if the Portland Trailblazers were going to actually draft or trade the draft, and that screwed Dame because it seemed like Dame. Listen, I'm not his spokesperson. I'm not his PR. I'm not a part of the PR campaign, but I'm only just giving my observation. That's all I'm doing.
Right.
But it seemed like Damian Lillard was afraid to come out because he didn't want to put his foot in his mouth by saying, I want to trade. But he was forced to do it, and the organization knew what they was doing when they drafted at number 3 and not trading it off.
Yeah. So he did screw himself up. So yeah, man. So it's gonna be very interesting. Oh wow. They're gonna have to do something, man, because the locker room, man. I don't know, the locker room gonna be kind of rocky back there, don't you think?
No doubt, they're gonna be looking at each other's side eye. I don't even think Dame is coming into training camp. I think he's actually done. And it seemed like the organization going to force Dame to be the bad guy.
So he ain't come to training camp, so he's gonna sit at home, kick back on his feet, drink a couple of beers, and call it a day until he get a trade. Okay, hey, I wouldn't be surprised.
And Pat Riley is being very slick. You already know Pat Riley was Mr. Slick back in the day, wearing those Armani suits, coaching from the sideline with his hair slicked back, with all that South Soon in his hair.
That's the Godfather.
Coaching the Lakers. So he's being slick right now, Calfani. He's really waiting this thing out. I mean, he's really bleeding the beaver on this one. Did I say pause on that?
Yeah, pause. Yeah, you're right. Pat Riley is a slick guy. He been around for a long time in the NBA. You know, he was a former player himself, but at the same time, yeah, I think he got some tricks up his sleeve. He might got some pieces come to the team that we don't know about. I mean, he's working on behind the scenes. You know, we might be in for a surprise.
I think he's going to be in Miami Heat. I feel strongly about it. Other teams have got into the conversation, and I think Damian Lillard said he's not interested. He wants to be in South Beach. He wants to be on A1A Avenue. He wants to be on Collins. He wants to hang out on Washington and Lincoln. Those are the areas. He wants to be at the Biscayne Market. This is what Damian Lillard wants. He wants to sit out there in them big yachts and do his thing.
Yeah, I don't want to believe those rumors. I was looking at LiAngelo Ball that says baby mama was tripping though. I don't know, maybe just rumor. I saw something come across my feed, but as I follow LiAngelo Ball, I follow all the Ball brothers. I follow all the Ball brothers though. Anyway, so I just so
I wouldn't be surprised.
I saw Jello, so I know Jello got a baby on the way. I think at the beginning, I think LeVar Ball was telling Jello, "What are you doing?" You know what I'm saying? But I guess Jello, I guess it's all good now. So hopefully these guys don't go through no unnecessary stress. But there's gonna be some stress in that though. Yeah, look what happened to Miles Bridges. He cost himself a whole year. It didn't happen. It happened off the court, and he got suspended for a whole year. That's just bad, though.
Well,
That's bad though. But in my opinion, I ain't trying to play the race card though. But I think if there was a white player, I don't think he got a whole year suspension. That's just what I think. But I could be wrong about it though. You know.
But I don't think the race matters, but the race matters not in that situation with the NBA, but
Right. Maybe.
the race matters with the media.
With the media,
I
of
think
course.
the NBA would do the same, no matter who and what it is. But the
Right.
media is the culprit of obfuscating certain incidents amongst white folks and then highlighting certain incidents amongst black folks.
Yeah, I say shout out to Adam Silver. I think Adam Silver been pretty fair, you know what I'm saying, regardless of who it is. They did a deeper investigation on those matters. So I think overall Adam Silver been kind of pretty balanced out, fair on both, you know what I'm saying, pretty fair commissioner, you know.
Well, I haven't really read anything about him in any kind of alternative news, and that's where you get a lot of the grits and gravy about certain individuals in alternative news. But I haven't read anything or seen anything about Adam Silver, so it's safe to say that he's a pretty fair guy.
He's pretty fair.
He kicked what? How many owners? Like 3 owners out so far. And if Michael Jordan, you consider him being kicked out, that's 4.
Yeah, he got kicked out nicely. At least he got his money. He got down with what, $3 billion for $3 billion. Shit, he ain't worried about it. You know. So let me see. Yeah, man. So, like I said, I know some people think we crazy when we say we still think we have a good chance if LiAngelo Ball get a spot on Charlotte some type of way. Is there? I mean, it's a good possibility. Are they working behind something behind the scenes that's going to surprise us sometime next year?
Well, I can say this, Kafani. LiAngelo will not turn down an opportunity to play with his brother, especially now that Charlotte has officially cleared the way for the prisms of LaMelo Ball eyes on the Charlotte Hornets. So what LaMelo sees, that's what the Charlotte's going to do. And we know from the past that LaMelo Ball has requested his brother be alongside of him in a Charlotte Hornet uniform.
Yeah, that's what I believe too. Dex, I know people probably think we crazy. We be ball fans. I mean, we are fans, but like I said, I believe it's gonna be something working behind the scenes that a lot of people gonna be surprised about. You know. So,
like I've been saying for the last 2 weeks, keep your eyes open. There could be some movement. As soon as LiAngelo is clear to put athletic pressure on his ankles and ready to launch, don't be surprised if Charlotte's secretly working him out.
Yeah, that's true.
Because when you look at LiAngelo Ball, you know that he's not just sitting on his ass.
No, you don't want that. You want him to, rehab and try to put up some shots. You know what I'm saying? Work on some things if that's little by little as he can. You know.
Because I'm gonna tell you like this. Are you listening, Calfani?
Oh yeah, I'm listening.
Calfani, are you listening?
Oh, most definitely.
Y'all hit that like button, man. If you coming up to Flight Sports TV right now, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and hit that notification bell so you won't miss one iota of an exuberant experience. Because we appreciate you here at Flight Sports TV, and we appreciate Flight for personally inviting us to a front row seat to this extravaganza. So salute to all the night riders out there that's riding out with Flight Sports TV, no matter how you're doing it, across country or in your city, or you just headed to work or coming from work. We appreciate you or if you're just going in and out your barracks on your military duty, listen, salute to you. All first responders, emergency workers, and everybody out there that's helped making the world go around. Yes, baby. Listen,
You know,
California.
yeah, I'm listening. Yeah. And I almost forgot it was
LiAngelo
Saturday
Ball.
night. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
LiAngelo Ball. LiAngelo Ball is getting professional training. He's being trained by professionals. Now, who is sponsoring that training? That's another thing. Is Rock Nation involved in LiAngelo Ball's professional training? I'm not talking LiAngelo is going to the gym, just doing his own thing. No, his training has been customized specifically for him. He is doing target training to be a basketball player. Now, do that mean he's going to be in the NBA? California, are you listening? Should we break news right now? Should we break news right now and share with our night riders tonight for riding out with us at Flight Sports TV at this weary hour? We know at this time of the night, good things do not happen. Good things do not happen. Why are you people still up? Good things do not happen at this hour. But maybe we can share some good things. I'm telling you, LiAngelo Ball is working out with professional people. This is not no happen chance. This is not haphazard. He is working out with professional people. You hear me, California?
Oh yeah, I'm definitely listening.
Who is sponsoring LiAngelo Ball's workout? Who is putting money behind LiAngelo Ball getting his rehab?
Can they? Yeah, like you said, can it be Rock Nation? We don't know. It's a good possibility.
Could it be the Charlotte Hornets, or could it be another team? Because LiAngelo Ball is ready to come back into the NBA and explore and express and display his talents. He's ready. But who is LiAngelo Ball working with professionally? He's not just around any gym, 24-hour fitness or LA Fitness or any kind of gym, just trying to work out. Hopefully someone calls him. Something is in the making. Somebody is sponsoring LiAngelo. He is going to have a private workout with somebody. Who is it? Who is putting chips behind LiAngelo Ball rehab? Could it be Philadelphia? Could it be Charlotte? Could it be Brooklyn? Somebody wants LiAngelo to be a part of their organization. Could it be LaMelo Ball using and extending his wealth of influence within the organization to get his brother? Could he have stipulated as he's signing his $260 million deal that, where's my brother?
Exactly.
What number will LiAngelo wear? Because I believe Terry Rozier has number 3. So do LiAngelo get his number? What did he wear? 99? What number will LiAngelo Ball wear in Charlotte? Will he wear number 8?
Or they're gonna trade Rozier so he can get his number 3. I don't know about that though, but interesting.
Yeah, that might be a little far-fetched.
Yeah,
but
interesting. Yeah.
What we can say right now, those who are interested in the middle Ball brother, LiAngelo Ball, the light-skinned gorilla.
Yeah, G3. Oh.
Somebody is training him professionally. He is not at no Joe Blow training. He's getting the professional training that any NBA player that has been hired per the organization. Who is training LiAngelo Ball? And will LiAngelo Ball be with his brother for real? Or will LiAngelo Ball be exploring other avenues? We haven't heard anything from LaMelo speaking on this. We haven't heard anything from LiAngelo. But we do know LiAngelo Ball is working out to become an NBA player. He's not sitting on his laurels. He's not resting his cheeks. He is out training and rehabbing to get back on the basketball floor. But the question is, right now, who is sponsoring LiAngelo Ball return to the NBA if he returns? We heard out of LiAngelo Ball's mouth. I heard out of his mouth that he was exploring overseas. But could that have unraveled and LiAngelo Ball has made a U-turn ever since his brother have signed his rookie extension, $260 million. Incentive-lated, yes, it is. All contracts. But was that the stamp of approval that LaMelo Ball is a talent evaluator? Is this what we're witnessing? Has Charlotte Hornets fully turned over the organization to this young phenom? I'm talking rare, one of one, not from here. MB1, MB.01, MB.02, MB.03, whatever. But we know it's MB. We know inside LaMelo Ball's car, it's MB1, the original MB1. Ain't none of this .0 stuff. We know this. And his interior of his car, MB1. That is letting us know that it's family over everything. And if it's family over everything, do LiAngelo Ball get the tickets?
Man, that's a very good question, but we already know, like I said, they're working on some behind the scenes. If LaMelo know and LiAngelo, they are probably already talking. They already know, but you know, by the time the news come out, I guess they're gonna shock. Someone's gonna be shocked. You know, the ones that's already in the know already know that something like that is a good possibility. Something like that will take place, and people and some people are gonna be shocked, and some of the people on the panel ain't gonna like it.
Some people on the panel ain't gonna like it.
They ain't gonna like it. You know, I'm telling you. You know who they are, Dex. They're not up here today, but you know who they are.
Yeah, we do have our contrarians. They are professional contrarians. We do have that. Light Sports TV is a meritocracy. It's not a dictatorship. So you're able to express how you feel based on how you feel. And this is why we say Light Sports TV, the voice of the voices. Because a lot of people don't give you the opportunity to express yourself in the way that Light Sports TV allows you to express yourself.
Man, yeah, the Ball Boys, like I said, behind the scenes, you guys, even Ball Facts probably know something, you know what I'm saying, but he ain't going to drop into that time comes, or AB the Hero. Shout out to AB the Hero also. You know? Yeah, because he be the ones that got to have some inside information, but he might not say nothing until it's close to his time, and, you know, we all be shocked that some of us will be. Yeah, so that'd be nice, man. I think if LiAngelo and LaMelo could play together on that Charlotte team, it could turn that team around also to the next level. I won't say championship, but I say instead of making it to the play-ins, just make it straight to the playoffs. Even though some people probably thinking that we insane for even saying that, Dex. Well, I believe if we get LiAngelo on the Charlotte Hornets, that the Charlotte Hornets can go all the way to the playoffs. That's what I believe. Yeah, so back to Damian Lillard, man. He got some issues. Yeah, so they're going to have to get that squared away because the locker room going to be rocky if they ain't done before the season starts. It's going to be some. Hopefully, nobody ain't going to throw no hands up in the locker room. Oh, man, that would be. We already know John McMahon is suspended for the first 25 games of the season. Is that going to hurt the Memphis Grizzlies, or is it going to? Are they going to be able to prevail around them with the likes of Derrick Rose and what's the other guy they picked up over there, and somebody else they just picked up over there? I forgot the name, but should I be okay? We're gonna find out. You know, heard anything about Golden State? Yeah, so it's gonna be a very interesting season.
I'm sorry, Kafani, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yeah.
I guess we the
Kicking
only
me
one.
out for some reason.
I thought somebody else. I
Kicking me
thought
out.
somebody else was on the panel.
Talking too much.
I thought somebody. Thought somebody else was on the panel. I guess we're the only two up here now. Oh well, I know Flight is probably working on another video. I know Flight is probably working on another video right now as we speak. Yeah.
What happened?
Yeah, I'm here. You here? Okay. Yeah.
I can hear you, but I can barely hear you.
All right. Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Oh, there you go. That's it. Yeah, that's it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I did. I turned my mic down kind of low. I turned it up just a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah. So
to get back to what I was saying is that it's possible. It's not beyond the realm of possibility that LiAngelo Ball could be back in Charlotte. It's not beyond the realm of possibility because LiAngelo is training and he's training hard. And he's training professionally. This is not no bullshit Pilates. He is in a professional environment training with high caliber professionals trying to get him NBA ready. Not overseas ready. Not semi-pro ready.
no.
Not pro-am ready. But NBA ready for this young man. We know that LiAngelo Ball is a sniper. This is the title or the moniker that I got from ball fans.
Absolutely, Joe.
Sniper.
Well,
Now, I don't know if anybody said it before him, but he's one of the first person I heard say it.
oh, me too. He one of the first ones I heard say it too. Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm giving him the credit. But nevertheless, LiAngelo Ball is in training on a professional level, not no goofy shit. He's training just like his brothers have trained when they had similar injuries. So that's how I know this is for real. Now, who's sponsoring the training? I do not know. Only thing I can say is LaMelo Ball is $260 million richer. Incentive-laden contract, yes. We heard Mitch ask him several questions as he was signing. So you don't think LaMelo Ball and all of his capriciousness during his face-to-face meeting with Mitch Kupchak, with Mitty.
Mhm.
After Mitty done said all the bullshit that he can say, and now he has to wipe his lips with the same toilet paper he wiped his ass with when it's concerning LaMelo Ball. Gordon Hayward is our best player, and I don't have to consult with anybody when I hire a coach or whoever I draft. I mean, why would you think that I will consult with a 2-year player who have not accomplished much in this league? And I didn't even have this conversation with Gordon Hayward, who's 10 plus years in this league, who have earned his pension. So why would I talk to LaMelo Ball about
Yeah.
draft?
Hey, yeah, you sound just like him too. Hey, you know what? When I heard the comment, I thought that guy he must have been drinking hard when he said that. He really believed that. But he his
So-
own words.
So Gordon Hayward is our best player, and we're moving forward with that. We're not a playoff team just yet, but we're getting there. So we have to draft for talent and not draft for fit. So I just want to read the alarm that the Charlotte Hornets going into the draft and picking the number 2 draft that we have the affordability of doing is that, Mitty, shut the fuck up.
Right.
Really? You're talking in circles, man. Just say what you want to say. Okay, this is Mitty saying what he's supposed to say. We're under new management, and the hell with what Michael Jordan was saying, and the hell with Michael Jordan being the puppet master that he was, making me look stupid with all of these fallible draft picks. And now I have finally drafted one who was infallible, and that was LaMelo Ball. Yes, the son of LeVar. And I said and put my foot in my mouth that I would never consort or console or even have a tandem conversation with LaMelo Ball about the direction of the franchise. Yes, I did say Gordon Hayward was the best player, but I take it back, for crying out loud. I made a mistake. Mikey made me do it. LaMelo Ball is the best player in the franchise. We're going to extend him to a record $260 million max rookie deal. And LaMelo will help advise in picking the number 2 overall pick. I know I put my foot in my mouth, but it was Mikey's fault. Michael Jordan, the puppet master, told me so. And now he's no longer the veto man. He's a minority owner. So this is my last hurrah. And so with my final trope, I'm going to tell you the truth. I fucked up. I fucked up royally. I damn near damaged my Hall of Fame executive career as a Laker GM coming over to this crap only because Michael Jordan was one of my alumni. We're both Tar Heels. And I really came to relax. I had no intention of working hard while I was here. LaMelo Ball is my favorite player. You want Jello, LaMelo? We're going to give you Jello, LaMelo. It wasn't me that did that to LiAngelo. I didn't want to cause him mental anguish. I didn't want to cause him any pain. I'm sorry, LaMelo. Please talk to the new owners. I want to stay. LaMelo, I want to stay. I fucked up. I fired James Borrego. I did something right for you, LaMelo. Please, if you want Jello, LaMelo, you can have Jello. I just want to stay. It doesn't look good for my legacy to get fired from Charlotte Hornets, for crying out loud. This is not Boston. Melo, please. Shout out to Coffee. Oh, my man, shout out to Coffee.
Oh, shout out to Coffee of the world. Yeah.
I didn't know Coffee was in the building.
Hey, if he was all there on the air, bro, oh, man. The media going to have a field day with that. Oh, man. Stephen A. Smith going to be like, what?
Yeah, I mean, you know, Michael Jordan was a puppet master. I was told that straight up from people that I trust and I know who had inside info in the Charlotte Hornet organization. And it wasn't from Michael. It wasn't from LeVar. LeVar didn't tell me that. But somebody inside, insider, well, not really insider, but who had inside information.
Well,
Dex, Michael Jordan is the puppet master. He micromanaged.
I think Dex. I think we already know that he was a puppet master. I think we talked about some of the stuff last year. Yeah. I'm not surprised. Like I said, the decisions that he make in the mood of the governors is he the one? He's doing what he told. You know, he's not 100% making his own decisions.
Yeah. I mean, listen. Let me tell you guys something. Okay, I'm not saying Michael Jordan is the dullest tool in the shed, and I'm not saying Michael Jordan is the sharpest tool in the shed. But when you amongst those people that's dealing with that much money, I mean, that is the upper echelon good old boys network.
Oh man, better believe it.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, and Michael Jordan, not only being the only black man in that circle, but the darkest of the black men
in the circle.
You know what I'm saying? People don't realize Michael Jordan is a real black motherfucker. I'm black, but I'm not as black as Michael. You know what I'm saying?
I seen him up close in person. Yeah, you ain't never lied.
So to have someone like that, listen, he's not looking like Jason Tatum. He's not looking like Devin Booker, that type of black. You know, that's more comely according to them. You know what I'm saying? If you're black, get back. If you're light, you all right. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So Michael had to be a special, and I'm not giving them. Listen, I'm not making these people the best people in the universe, but according to how they think, because I got a good assessment of these people, because I've been around them for 50 years. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Where I live, that's where they live. But they just live in a different section of where I live. You feel me? They live up in the hills and the mountains. I mean, not the mountains, but the hills and overlooking Los Angeles from their backyard. But I still live in the area. But I just don't live in their space. So I've been around them all my life, especially liberals. Been around them all my life. I remember when I was a kid, they used to want me to dance. Throw me dollars just to dance. And now I'm throwing dollars at strippers to dance. Oh, wait. But nevertheless, these people allow Michael Jordan to be amongst them at the highest of levels. Now, I don't know if Michael Jordan sat in their meetings like that, or did he send a proxy to sit in the meetings for him? I don't know. I'm not sure. Well, because the way they get out, they don't like non-white folks amongst them. They just get a little uncomfortable. So I don't know if he sent a proxy or not. But still to have the opportunity to be up in this kind of atmosphere where you're making billions. And if you're not just making billions, at least billions is coming into your organization and you're flipping the money. Maybe not yet profit, you know what I'm saying? But just generating. That's what the word they generating. You're generating an awful lot of money and you're responsible for thousands of people. Just think of all the people that work at the Spectrum Center. Now, I don't know if Michael owns the Spectrum Center or not. I'm not sure if he does or not. But let's say he does. Look at all the people who works, from parking attendant all the way to cleaning the restrooms inside the arena. The security, the vendors, that's a lot of people to be responsible for.
Yeah. Well, I gotta give Michael Jordan credit. He's a smart businessman. So I don't think that they could. I think that some of those meetings that he did sit in, he's a smart businessman. So he didn't give to AEF for nothing. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So, I don't believe they couldn't play him like that. Cause you talking about the man that sell Mr. Nike, Air Jordan. You talking about one of the greatest of all time. That's
And then you got to see it like this too. See, those oligarchs, they're jealous of Mike. Listen, I know they probably have way more money than Mike. Money doesn't matter. If you come from a situation where you just happen to be that dude, but you ain't the richest dude on the block, but people just show you love, and then those who are the ballers of the block sometimes hate on you because you getting the love and you don't even have the money. You just have the cachet, but no cash. And if you have some cash, just some cash, but not the cash. You're not the money man on the block. But you get all the love, you get the appreciation, you get the respect. And a lot of these other ballers that have more cash than you sometimes are jealous or even envious. Because envy is worse than jealousy. You can be jealous and still make it out well. Because even the Bible says, I'm a jealous God. Whether that's true or not. But it never say I'm an envious God.
Right. No.
So jealousy can be used as motivation to excel the process of ambition. But envy, oh my God, that's sinister. See, jealousy don't mean sin. Envy is a deadly sin because envy is that emotion that brings forth an apoplectic rage in order for you to inhibit that person you're envious of to succeed. See, jealousy, you can be jealous of somebody and watch them succeed without harm, but then try to outdo them. You feel me?
Yeah, I mean that's just like having a beautiful. Just say your wife is beautiful, and you and your wife are good couples, and just say one of your friends you didn't know, or been long time friends, or somebody and that was in your entourage, and you found out, damn, that person's really envious of your marriage. I wish she has somebody have something like that,
Yeah. So envy.
Yeah, that's a whole nother level. Yeah.
It's a whole nother level. It's a direct line to murder.
Yeah, basically, damn near. Yeah, you might as well say, shit. Well, what?
This is envy. This is envy in a nutshell. You could see a person and to be like, man, I hate that motherfucker right there. I just don't like that motherfucker. That person never did nothing to you. But it's something in your spirit that has kindled hate. Excuse me, not kindle. Kindle. Kindle, has kindled hate, and you don't know where it germinated from. You understand what I'm saying? And if you don't have control of your actions, something that person can do at that moment can allow you to unleash your apoplectic rage, and then you become deleterious to that person with intent, harmful intent. And then you could do something that you probably will regret somewhere down the line once your hate has simmered. That's what envy does.
Yeah, yeah, it does.
Jealousy. One second.
Oh yeah, I'm listening.
I'm gonna let you.
No, I'm listening.
Jealousy,
yeah, I'm listening.
on the other hand.
Yeah.
You can have some jealousy. It's not really good. Jealousy is not. It's not good, but you can steer it into a good and use it as a motivating force to outdo what you're jealous of. You can watch a person be successful, and you can have a certain feeling that, damn, I know I could do that better than him. If I only had the opportunity, I know I can do it better than him. You know what I'm saying? I don't like the way he's doing it. That's a different emotion, because you leaving room for improvement in yourself.
Right.
Whereas envy, you ain't leaving no room for improvement. It don't have nothing to do with your improvement. It has everything to do with your directional hate for that person not to succeed. Can't find it.
Oh yeah, that's very true. You know. Envy. Yeah, envy. I mean, I kind of knew that, but I just learned something about the envies that could go. That's a step further. Make you do something that
could be regrettable.
Regrettable, and it's no turning back.
There's no turning back.
Man.
You know, and this is what plagues our community to a certain degree. There's more envy than jealousy. Now, when I was coming up, I think jealousy was more prevalent than envy, because we still had a framework of love and appreciation for the community to some degree. So when the big money start to come into the community because of the drugs and all kind of stuff, that sprung forth the branches of envy. You feel me? Because before then, it was who you know or what you knew that can get you out, right? Based on your ability. So you can be jealous a little bit because this person run faster than me. This person could spell better than me. This person could read better than me. So my jealousy of that will allow me to self-motivate to bring forth a level of ambition to either catch up to that individual or surpass that individual. And once you catch up or surpass, then the element of jealousy is gone because you met your goal. But with envy, there's no element of decrease.
Right.
Because that's not the motivating factor. The motivating factor is to stop that person, not to elevate you or to move you better in life. It's to stop that. I don't want to see this person reach that goal. I don't want to see this person keep having money. I don't want to see this person keep shining, keep getting all the girls. You know.
Sure. I mean, like, you know what? It's a shame that the majority of people get that way, and I'm saying the majority of it happened in the black community. But I'm quite sure it happened in other communities also. They just don't put it out there or stereotype it like they do, the black community, or and you could say, as far as drugs and all the other stuff goes, that it was done on purpose to commit, cause maybe people commit crimes and get put behind the bar so they can make more money.
Well, it worked two ways.
Yeah,
See,
yeah.
one thing about those individuals with malicious intent, right? I'm talking about the powers that be. One
Yeah.
thing about the powers that be with malicious intent, who have the authority and way to enforce or not enforce certain laws against or for a certain people,
Mm-hmm.
is that they look at both sides. They look at the side that pushes their agenda, and then they look at the side that may have a downward effect on the agenda.
Right.
So when it comes to us who roam at the bottom of the totem pole as far as society,
Yep.
what they do is they look at it, how can they further their agenda one way, and then on the other side, how can they further their agenda another way. And so when it came to saturating our community with illicit forms of consumptions, poisonous consumptions, they looked at it as a benefit both ways. How was that?
Right.
Easy. One, they making profit because we are the consumers of it. So by us being a consumer of it, we're buying it. You follow what I'm saying? We're in taking it, and they're charging us for it. And then on the other hand, if it's illicit and illegal, they enforce the law against us. So one, they feed it to us. Then if we partake in it, now they coming to punish us for partaking in something that they fed us. And if you partake in it and you happen to get caught up in the partaking of it, now they want to punish you and send you to a whole nother system. What system is that? The penal system. Now you get into the penal system, they make money again.
Absolutely. That was
See,
always the game plan, right? That was always the name of the game, right?
that's the name of the game. So they kill
Right.
two birds in one stone, right? They make money off of it. On one end, they make money off of it, and on the other end, they punish the people they don't like anyway. Let's rid them from society because they're a scourge to society. So let's get them out of the way, and at the same time, get them out of the way because a lot of those people, listen to me good, a lot of those people that they feel are a scourge to society, they're not doing much in society.
Mm-hmm.
Not all, but the overwhelming majority. So they're like, well, shit, they ain't not doing that no way, right?
Right.
If you don't work it for yourself, then you'll find yourself working it for somebody else.
Yeah.
So now, if you're not doing much in society, they rip you from society, they put you in confinement, and then charge for your confinement. So they make money on one end, and then they make money on the other end. And then you telling yourself, I'm my own man, I'm my own boss. I don't listen to nobody. But when they say stand up, count time, your ass is standing up.
Yeah.
And when they say make your bed, clean your room, you're making your bed, you're cleaning your room. When they say go to work call, you're going to work. When they say peel line, medical call, you're going to the medic. But you can do all this free. But you in society looked upon as a scourge, not doing anything, becoming useless expenditures, right? Or in a Nazi term, useful idiot.
Right.
then you now become useful to somebody else. Because I remember when I was a kid, my dad used to tell me, if you don't use your brain, boy, somebody gonna use it for you. I didn't really understand what he was talking about, I thought he sounded silly to me. You mean somebody gonna use my brain? My brain is in my head, dumb dad. But I didn't understand that you could be manipulated
Mm-hmm.
through your brain and thinking
Yeah.
that you're doing something for yourself, but you're not. You're doing something for somebody else. But nevertheless, that's more metaphysics. But nevertheless, why be a responsible prisoner when you could be a responsible citizen?
Facts.
I could never
That's true.
understand that.
That's
I
true.
really couldn't.
But don't you understand sometimes that maybe some of these guys are institutionalized, like they used to being in there. Let's say your person going in and out of jail, you know what I'm saying? You know.
Well, hold on, stop right there. Stop right there. Let's chop that up. In and out of jail. That's called recidivism. Now, you're a part of the recidivism rate. You're in and out of jail like the New York turnstile. Right?
Right.
I was told that there's only two things that send men to jail. I mean, multiple times, a multiple offender. Because first of all, let me clear this up. When you go to jail, right? Prison, jail, whatever, when you confine, a civilized person cannot handle that. You have to be practically uncivilized to be able to bore sitting in a 4x4 cell. And sometimes you might have a cellmate for a duration period of time and not be affected. You have to be out of your mind. You have to be a maniac. Your brain has to be mush because we're not designed by the universe to be caged up.
Nope.
We are designed to express ourselves in a free and peaceful environment. That's when we operate the best. They claim we only use less than 10 or 5% of our brain. Is because we are in a cage and we don't even know it. But nevertheless, a physical cage, a physical confinement, it's not for the civilized. You will go crazy. Now, anybody that's going back and forth to jail is for two reasons. Either one of the two reasons. Either you're addicted to drugs or you addicted to ass.
You know, you say look at those two ways of looking at it. I thought the word somebody once told me institutionalized, which I mean they just can't fucking help it because it's something in their brain.
Listen, I believe institutionalized is kind of capped. It's kind of right, but it's kind of capped at the same time.
Yeah.
Because this is why I say it's kind of capped. Not disrespecting anybody with mental issues. Because we know the parable of the horse that was staked to the ground with a 5-foot rope.
Mm-hmm.
And basically, that parable is it was a beautiful horse who was running wild. And its owner wanted to tame it, keep it within boundaries. And so he put a 5-foot rope around his neck. And then on the other end of the length of the rope, he put a stake and tapped it into the ground. So whenever the horse wanted to expand itself, it could only go 5 feet. After 5 feet, he felt the rope and the rope brought some kind of pain. And he went back towards the center of the stake to put some type of what you call that? Damn it, man, my mind is slipping me. When you have rope and you stretch it, right?
Yeah.
And then you relax the rope, and then you have what you call that? It's escaping my mind. When it's loose, when the rope is loose.
Did you tell
Anyway,
about it? When it's loose. When it's loose,
Yeah, when it's loose. Slack. That's what
it's slack. Yeah, it's slacking.
So the horse will always go back towards the stake to produce slack so it wouldn't choke him. But the horses had a habit of just sprouting out, running wild, but he couldn't run wild. So he does it multiple times. Then all of a sudden, the stake came out of the ground. So it was nothing pinning the rope. But in his mind, he could only go 5 feet, right? So even though the stake wasn't in the ground, the horse went 5 feet and went back towards the center of the stake, even though the stake was not holding him back. Nothing was holding the horse back. That's why I say I believe in institutionalism to some degree, but to some degree I don't.
Right.
Because the horse didn't do his due diligence to look to see if the stake was still in the ground or not. All the horse had to do is just look like, oh shit, the stake is up. Let me see if I can go a little further. Oh, I can. Let me see if I can go a little further. I can. You know what I'm saying? He didn't do that because he was conditioned to believe he can only go 5 feet. And outside of 5 feet, he have to go back or else the rope will wrap his neck and he will feel pain. And he didn't want to feel pain.
Right.
So when it comes to being institutionalized, it's only because they do not want to be responsible, just like the horse didn't want to feel pain.
Right.
A lot of people on this earth do not want to be accountable, do not want to be responsible, do not want to have a chore in life to expand their life. Some people feel that if I get to a certain level, I gotta chill because I feel like I'm gonna fuck it up. If I keep going, I'm gonna fuck it up. So let me just get right here and chill, like the horse. Let me get 5 feet and chill. Not trying to extend themselves to see if they have the ability to continue. So the institutionalization that has been placed on some people, and particularly Black and brown people as a whole, that are ex-felons or ex-convicts, all they have to do is look back to see if that stake have been removed from the ground, and they can go further and further. Because when you inside that penal code, that penal system rather, when you inside that penal system, 50% of your life is negated.
Yeah.
Listen to me. Beyond those gates, behind enemy lines, in the belly of the beast, however fancy swag you call it, 50% of your responsibilities are negated. So you might have went in a hole, man, but as long as you stay, you're losing 50% of your capabilities to become a full man. So when you get out, he said the word institutionalized. I say the word stake in the ground. 50% of the things that you did in prison, you became accustomed to. 50% of the things that was given to you in prison, clothes, food, shelter, medical, conversation, socialism, religion, or just philosophy in general. You didn't have to walk far to a library in prison, right?
Nope.
So everything has been afforded you by accommodation. 50%. And the other 50%, you just live it out, trying to be the best version of yourself within the confinement of those walls. So when you get out of prison, your mentality will still be the same, like the horse with the stake in it, because 50% of your life has been taken care of, guaranteed. All you got to do is wake up. You got a job. You got access to commissary. You got food service, a kitchen you can go eat at, a restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
You got toilet, you got water, you got electricity. All this stuff is free, except you just paying with time. And you don't see the value of your time, so it's free. But if you recognize the value of your time, that shit is expensive as fuck. And you would never want to be in that situation again. That's why I'm saying institutionalize as a word, as a psychological word, is a damaging word. And that's why I say it's 50% cap. Because in reality, if you're not drunken on stupor, I'm not going to say drugs or alcohol, whatever, just stupor, ignorance, because that's the only prison, the real prison that's got you encapsulated, is your ignorance. If you're not drunk on stupor, then the sooner you get in prison, that's when you make your plan to stay out of prison.
Yeah, that's the plan. Yeah.
Do I need to say that again?
I think some people need to hear that. I think some people don't know. Yeah, I think some people understand that, man. They might need to say that again.
As soon as you go to prison, that's when you need to start to plan to stay out of prison. And too few of our people, black and brown, and even whites, all people, but I'm really speaking about black people, don't do that. They get in prison, they acclimate themselves, and then you become more apt to be institutionalized.
Mm-hmm.
Because you never plan on coming out. So once that due dates get closer and closer, now fear comes in. Damn, what I'm gonna do when I get out? So you start speaking to people. You start trying to make connections. And sometimes you don't make that connection because when you start doing your time, a lot of times you have to do it by yourself. Because there's a lot of people that you thought loved you or you thought you loved don't want to walk that journey with you. Because half of those people, or even the majority of those people, that told you to stop doing what you was doing. And now you didn't listen and you got yourself caught up in a jam. And now they're like, I told you so. And I'm wiping my hands with you because you don't listen.
Mm-hmm.
And now you want to call me collect all the damn time. You want to beg me for money to put on your books all the time. I don't know what the hell you're doing up in prison. You could have a boyfriend for all I know. I don't know what you're doing up in prison. You could be using drugs for all I know. I don't know what you're doing in prison. You could be drinking that Pruno for all I know. You could be the same person in prison that you was on the streets. And depending on how you exit prison determines who you were in prison.
Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna get tried up in there, going up in the jail, and you better be ready to fight. You know, that they're gonna test your manhood. So, well,
So that's why I always, when I talk to young people, I always suggest to them. I always advise them. I don't tell them what to do, when not to do it, because I don't have the means to replace what I'm telling them to stop doing. I don't have the means to do that. And that's what you need. And far too often we keep telling people what not to do, but we don't replace it with what they should do or give them resources to help them on that path.
Hey,
I
Dex,
know. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know if you remember. Did you ever go to school on a field trip to jail? I know.
No, you
Back
talking about the
back.
scared straight
Yeah,
thing?
yeah. Back
No,
back when I was
never
in
did.
school. Back when I was
Uh-uh.
in school. I don't know who I did. I don't know what teacher I did. But for some reason, we ended up going to jail as a field trip. I'd be down.
I know what you're talking about, but no, I never, at least I don't
Yeah,
remember. I don't
ran across
remember ever doing that.
as a teenager, ran across a lot of killers. Be like, man, whatever you do, make sure you make the right decisions. Don't end up up in here. This is where you don't want to be at.
But it's not just saying, see, that's what I'm just saying. That's why I disagree with that type of outreach. I
I'm
think
talking
it's,
about. I'm talking from saying. I mean, coming from for some killers that tell you that
that's
that's
what
a
I'm saying. That
yeah
doesn't mean nothing because once
yeah.
you leave that place, your circumstances changes and now you adapt to your circumstances. That person's not in your ear every day.
You say when you don't got no chance to get out, man, doing life in prison. Oh man, the more person be like, I wish I made better decisions, but you know.
But like I said, you only in that person's face maybe 30 minutes or less for your entire life. You probably never see him again. So what influence would that person have? If he's not in important knowledge, see, it's
Right,
knowledge, not advice.
right,
Knowledge
knowledge.
that's going to deter you or at least weaponize you to the point that you have an alternative. That's what knowledge does.
Yeah.
Knowledge means know the ledge. Knowledge. Know the ledge. Know is information, right?
Right.
The is the definite article, and ledge is the limitation that knowledge may extend. Know the ledge, knowledge. So, in retrospect, what you need is resources
Right.
to help you maintain the information that you was given. So a person tell you something and not giving you anything to replace what they asking you to leave alone, you're going to go back to that which you're comfortable with. And sometimes it might not always be a good thing.
Yeah. And it also depends. Sometimes when you grew up at like Chicago, I'm quite sure New York. Those are got hoods in here, hoods over there. You know, tough lifestyle. I'm not saying I know in LA you got Compton over there, where them guys grew up, had a heart going up and stuff like that. You know, but
I'm actually just confining. What is a hood? First of all,
the hood is where you got folks on this block, or you got different gangs on different blocks. The hood.
well, that's a gang infested hood.
Gang
But a hood doesn't mean that you have gangs.
right. No, they always don't. You got gangs. So, over the years, coming up, like over here in Chicago, we used to have a lot of project buildings. You probably came to. I don't know if you came to Chicago back in the day. Back then, we had a lot of project buildings up here. That tore all the projects. You had different gangs and all those projects. They tore them down.
Okay, this is hood.
Yeah.
Hood is short for neighborhood.
Neighborhood, right.
That's all hood is the neighborhood. But we put the swag on it and said hood.
Right.
We shorten it. We always do that, right?
Right.
That's only what a hood is. It's a neighborhood. Now, do a neighborhood produce it itself, or do people make it a neighborhood?
People make it a neighborhood.
Okay.
You don't
people
gotta
make it a neighborhood.
You don't gotta be a product of your environment. I was always taught, like, if you gotta in a bad environment, you don't gotta be a product of your environment. You gotta elevate beyond that,
And I agree. So this is why I believe in self-development. Self-improvement, excuse me. This is why I'm a heavy believer in the term self-improvement, the basis for community development. And the reason why I'm stuck on that is because what you just said. You just told me hood don't produce itself. People make the hood. And we know that hood is just short for neighborhood.
Right.
Everybody has neighborhoods, from the richest to the poorest. The difference is the caliber of people who function within that neighborhood, correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
So if we don't work on ourselves as individuals first, like Michael Jackson said, "The Man in the Mirror," beautiful song, "Man in the Mirror." I advise, if you ever never heard that song, go listen to Michael Jackson, "The Man in the Mirror," and then be the man in the mirror. Be the change that you want the world to be. Start with you first.
Yep.
Now, so if we that's in the neighborhood don't subscribe to self-improvement, the basis for community development, meaning that if we don't go and try to make ourselves as individuals better, then the community that we live in will never be developed. Because no matter how many beautiful buildings you put in your community, if the people is not developed, which is called underdeveloped, they will rip those buildings to shreds sooner or later. And how many people and how many times will people come in and invest and build up your community if you keep tearing the shit down or tearing the shit up? Deprecating the community by being underdeveloped and not improving as a person. You feel me?
Yeah.
I was always taught that charity starts at home and then spread abroad.
Yeah, but it also, I think, beyond the, yes, coming up, especially in the black and brown community, maybe the Latino community, you could say, that here we have hidden knowledge that there wasn't taught to us, like generational wealth, building up your neighborhood, or building up, trying to, certain information that wasn't, or was hidden, that you actually had to go out there and try to find it. And once you finally get it, it's say some people don't get that not from the beginning. Say you get it like 20 years later or 30 years later, you say, like, damn it, if I could have got this at least 20 years ago, I could have been in a way better situation than I am now. Well, at least you still got the information, though. But there's some people say, man, I just wish I got this information earlier. But it's some, I think you agree with this, that it's some hidden information out there that only the, certain, like the higher echelons are known before the lower people on the totem pole finds out. You know what I mean.
Yeah. Well, first of all, let me tell you this right here.
Yeah.
It was always a notion and pretty much a fact that the upper echelon, those powers that be, is not going to teach you
Right.
very much. If they don't treat you right, they're not going to teach you right. Okay. First of all, now let me tell you something about me. Growing up, coming out of high school, there was this strong thing called affirmative action.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you ever heard of it.
I was a kid, but I was young, but I heard of it. I understand. Yeah.
Basically, affirmative action was a program that was specifically designed to help and elevate the descendants of slaves to a position of normalcy by granting them the opportunity to compete on a fair playing ground. Right? This is what affirmative action is supposed to do.
A fair playing field. Okay.
Yeah, playing field. So what happened was the government was throwing money at our problem. See, and this is why I told you about self-improvement, basis of community development.
Right.
So the government just threw money. You know, you had liberals in office, so they throwing money, right?
Mhm.
Ronald Reagan came in. He tried to slow down some of this shit. And one of the first things that Reagan administration they called it Reaganomics. They wanted to attack affirmative action and quotas. So they couldn't get it all at once. So they done away with the quotas. Quotas mean that if you have 5 white people, then you got to have 2 black people.
Right.
So it's got to be 2/5, basically. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
On in your employment. For every 5 white people, 2 black people. That's a quote. No matter what your skill level is for that job description, it had to be 2 blacks. You have to fill your quota. If you don't fill your quota, the government will punish you. But if you felt your quota, and they punish you by, you know, fining you with, you know, doing certain things to your business, making it very difficult for you. If you do fulfill your quota, they'll give you tax breaks. So, you know, a lot of companies try to be slick, and they use the word minority to describe us, right?
Yeah.
Now, we're only minority in North America. Put it that way. We're not minorities globally. Globally, people of color outnumber white people 11-1 globally on this earth.
Yeah.
That's something they don't teach you in school. They don't teach you that in school.
They don't teach
You got to get
that.
that. You got to get that through the Census Bureau, global
They
census.
don't teach you that in school. They don't teach you the value of a dollar in school. Stuff they don't teach you that. They keep that out of school.
Yeah, but see, the earth is based on number games.
Yep.
See, the Bible try to flip it and take it away from the number game and say not by sight, but not by sight or might, but by the Spirit of the Lord, right? So they flipped it. It ain't about numbers. They try to make you believe it's not about numbers. It's about the Spirit. But everything they do is about what?
Numbers.
Numbers.
Yeah, everything. Yeah,
it's been that way since the earth been spinning.
Numbers.
It's about numbers. Always been about numbers.
It's in the scriptures. It's in the scriptures. Numbers.
Yeah, the book of Numbers.
Book of Numbers, right?
So, but in the New Testament, they try to flip it and made it seem like it's not about numbers; it's about the Spirit. But anyway, that's a whole different topic. Yeah. But nevertheless, to get back on topic, it's 11-1 globally. 11-1. So what quota was to make the playing field even, because, you know, a lot of times white corporations didn't want to hire black people, regardless how smart they was. They just didn't want to do it. You know, if they did it secretly. They didn't do it openly. They didn't say open seasons for the smartest person. No, they didn't do that. What they did was they operated under a heavy dose of nepotism. And so things was not fair. And so then when they start doing the statistics on the employment, blacks had a high level of employment based on per capita. And per capita meaning your percentage of the totality of your group compared to the percentage of the totality of another group. Now, we all know that white folks always been the highest form of unemployment because they are the majority by numbers, right? And we all know that white folks has been the highest portion of welfare recipients based on numbers.
Yeah.
Right? And we all know that corporate America is the highest receivers per dollar of welfare. Not by numbers, but by the dollar amount. Corporate America gets the majority lion's share of welfare. Okay, so we get that out the way.
That's true.
But a lot of the news cycle always bring up black people in the deplorable condition that some black people are, or majority of black people are. So it creates victimhood. Now, I'm not saying it's not true, but it just creates victimhood. And so they try to make it like the debt, the national debt, is because we have a group of people in our country that is freeloading off of the surplus of the country's debt ceiling. And so this has been going on for years and years and years and years. And so it made it seem like we were the problem for the United States debt, and we becoming a burden to the financial stability of the country. That's how they painted in the media, which is far from the truth.
Yeah.
Because we're only like 12 or 13% of the population, and of that 12 or 13%, maybe 10% receives welfare to some degree or another.
Yeah, but wasn't white folks getting welfare first before black
So-
folks started getting it?
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, yeah.
So-
yeah.
So, and I mean, we can go deep in that. They was taking our land. We had land. We owned land, and they was taking it and giving it to poor white people, and then bring us back to work the land as sharecroppers.
Mhm.
How foul is that? And then once we move away, once we kept moving away from white people, then they will come find us and hunt us and tear up the community, burn it down, for crying out loud. Did you know in 1984, as recent as 1984, they dropped the bomb on all black community from the sky?
That's
Not,
that's
not 1884, not 1784, not 1684, not 1484. This was 1984. I'm in high school. They dropped a bomb on a black community.
yeah. I was what,
Just-
4 going on
just-
5 years old. Shit. Yeah.
Listen, just to arrest 11 people.
Wow.
9 died, 2 escaped alive, and those are kids.
Wow.
Can you imagine that? Dropping a bomb on a black neighborhood in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, on a group called MOVE, MOVE, a Pan-Africanist group, because of something with the children, that the Department of Child Services wanted to take the children out of the home because they was living an alternative lifestyle, and they dropped a freaking bomb on the whole entire community, killing 9 out of the 11 people.
That's insane.
1984. That's how recent it was. But nevertheless, I don't want to get too much into that. But I'm just showing you how vicious they are. So no matter where we go, Tulsa, Redwood, it doesn't matter. They flooded a whole bunch of black communities that were self-sufficient by allowing the levees to flood them out and redirect the river that was rising above and flooded out tens of black towns in Georgia.
Yeah.
I mean, these are actually black towns, had their own sheriff, had their own grocery stores, had their own everything, had their own hospital, doctors. This a town, just like a regular city, but this happened to be black. They flooded them out. So, and we already know what happened with Redwood and Tulsa, right? They actually burnt the people out of their establishments. And that town was very lucrative, financially independent. So when they have all of this stuff about black people don't do this, black people don't do that, because they keep a lot of this out of the history books of the heinous acts that was against our people, that was coming out of the drudgery of slavery and sharecropping, and built their own towns.
Yeah.
Because you gotta remember now, America wasn't already built up. There was still an expansion, and people was going west, people was going south, and building towns. It was a black person, a black man that discovered Chicago. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Dustable, black man.
Yeah, I'm just stable.
And they tricked him out of the whole town. They tricked him out of the city. But nevertheless, it was a black man that started Chicago. But my point I'm trying to make is that we have done things, we have accomplished a lot of stuff, but they washed it out of history. So we don't even know it existed. Only how you got to go basically to the Library of Congress and look up disaster in America. And then you start seeing certain disasters. And certain disasters was man-made.
Yes, it was.
So we have done stuff. We don't have to be on welfare. We don't have to have affirmative action, because this is where I'm getting to. So affirmative action was basically placed to give black people a fair shake, or people of color a fair shake. So what they started doing was listing and labeling white women as minorities.
Wow.
Did you just hear what I just said?
Yeah,
They
right.
was listing and labeling white women as minorities. So that kills two birds with one stone. One, a white person get the contract or get the position, and two, a woman, because women were labeled as minorities, even though it's more women than men. Women outnumber men in America, but they was labeling them as minorities. So eventually what happened was affirmative action got up to the institutions of higher learning, because a lot of black people, especially and minority in general, were getting denied college scholarship and tuition based on color and status. So affirmative action was supposed to do away with that. But they never really did the enforcement part. They just threw money at it, just keep pumping money into that program. And then you know what happened with bureaucracy. When you pump money into a program, people's going to steal the money. It's called misappropriation, or it's called embezzlement. They're going to steal the money. So the average person didn't even know what the hell affirmative action was. It just sounded like a cool word. Because a lot of our boule leaders that was eligible for affirmative action, I'm not going to even mention no names because it's not neither here nor there. I'm not starting a war against
Well, you don't got to mention the names.
boule blacks.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean. The leaders of the day.
Yeah.
They did not hand down or make tours, like townhouse meetings, like go into neighborhoods and have townhouse meetings about your eligibility for affirmative action and how does it affect you and your family. Nobody did that. You know what they did? They kept it amongst Washington, D.C., amongst the boule blacks. They kept it to some degree in Atlanta, Georgia, amongst boule blacks. And they shared it with their families. They didn't share it with the broad population of blacks and minorities. They kept it amongst themselves. And the only reason why it got exposed to the way it got once they tried to take it back, which was Reagan and Bush. I'm talking about Bush Sr., who passed. Both of those presidents passed. In Reaganomics, in the Bush era, the Bush pushback, is that those black boule leaders was feeling the brunt of the taking away of affirmative action. So what they did was try to use us as pawns. I'm talking about people like me and you that didn't know what the hell it was, as pawns to fight the take back of affirmative action that we didn't even benefit from. Only they benefited, the boule, because they knew what it was. Just like how that PPP loan and all that stuff, only certain blacks elites knew about it, and then all of a sudden, then they start spreading it out once it got wore out, and once the police got up on it. Then they start giving out to everybody, and everybody start doing it. By the time everybody started doing it, arrest was being made. So on that affirmative action tip, they did it the same way, basically. Once they got in hot water of it being taken away from them, then they start using us as a rally cry. Oh, they're doing this to blacks. They're taking this away from blacks. Oh, you know what I'm saying? They want to put us back in chains. So they was using all kind of buzzwords. So that's why I don't trust some people. They was using all kind of buzzwords to get us to rally, to register to vote, so we can either vote out the people that's trying to take away affirmative action, or put up a petition to protect affirmative action and not let them take it away, but not sharing what affirmative action is. See, they had like 10 years to share what affirmative action was, and they did. They just kept it amongst themselves and their kids, and they just kept it revolving around them, while the rest of us suffered. So this is why you cannot trust those people, you know, because they only use us as pawns. I'm talking about the black bole, not white folks. White folks already know they don't fuck with you, and if you don't realize that by now, you're stupid.
Yeah.
I mean, you can find a good white person, like a needle in a haystack, and when you find a good white person, you hug them, because they are fighting against their nature to accept you. So you hug them tight. Thank you, man. I'm glad you didn't let that plague you to not like people that's non-white.
Hey Dex, let me ask you something though. Do you think? Well, you. I know you older than me, but you know what I'm saying. Do you think racism over the course of time, even from from the 70s to now, do you think racism got better just a little bit, or there's just a little bit still the same, but just swept under the rug still?
It's swept under the rug. I don't think racism got better.
No, okay.
I don't think it got
I didn't
better.
think so either. Nah, I didn't think so either.
But I'm gonna tell you, we as black people sometimes contribute to racism because we refuse to get off our knees and stop fucking begging all the damn time. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have a brother, right? I'm gonna use this as a reason. I got a brother, and he's on Social Security. He's been to prison, and he's been out. He's a strong guy, and I used to see him work on construction sites. He was getting paid cash under the table while he was getting Social Security. And so I used to ask him, I said, bro, you feel good working the government like that? Because you really don't need the Social Security, because you're able to work for yourself. What you're doing is you stymieing yourself, you're limiting yourself by getting Social Security under your Social Security number, when you can give them $900 back a month and start your own construction company. And you can be a millionaire in about 5 years, because the work you're doing for these people, and they're paying you cash under the table so you won't lose your Social Security. You can take that and start your own business.
Yep.
If you don't want to do construction, you can do demolition, because that's hard work, and a lot of people do not want to do demolition. And you're strong, and you don't mind getting down and dirty and getting asbestos all in your hair. You can do demolition. You could be the one that have a truck and go down hiring Mexicans from Home Depot to help you do demolition. You could be that guy, instead of you standing at Home Depot waiting for somebody to pick you up in a truck, because you want to keep your Social Security. So you're going to let $900 a month hold you back. And that's only $9,600 a year. Can you imagine that? $9,600 a year? When some people make more than that in a month.
Yeah.
Hold you back from the better things in life. See, we're dealing with that institutionalization. See, it all full circle. You feel me?
Yeah.
Even
Yep.
affirmative action, institutionalization, because they use it for themselves and not spread it amongst black people. Because if they would have spreaded that affirmative action amongst black people, then it would still be in existence today. Because they can't take it from all black people. Because if they could take welfare, you don't think they'd take welfare? They can't, because too many people depend on it. Not black people, but non-black people and corporations. They depend on welfare, so they can't never take it. But nevertheless, so I'm telling my brother what he could and should do, since you're already in that field. I'm not telling him something to get into a field that he's unfamiliar with. You're already in the field of construction. You're already in the field of demolition. Just go buy your truck, put a sign on it, and say you do demolition, put your phone number on it. Park the truck in areas that can afford you, and leave it there and let people start calling. I mean, he eventually did it, but he didn't do it right, but he eventually tried to do it. So Social Security, welfare to able-bodied people is a disgrace to me. Now, that was supposed to be used as a crutch to help the disenfranchised to become enfranchised, not to make a career of being a welfare recipient. How are you gonna retire on welfare? It's no pension. There's no pension for Social Security. That's why they keep the number low. And the reason why they keep that number low is because too many able-bodied people are on it, and it hurts the economy to the fact that you're not part of the workforce. Now, yeah, I understand you're going to be at the low level of the workforce, but hell, you got to start somewhere.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And that's why this all comes full circle, from the penitentiary to the projects and the planners of your neighborhood. This is how this is all connected full circle. So when you use the word institutionalized, a lot of people are institutionalized based on the fact of the parable of the horse with the 5 feet rope tied and nailed in with the stake.
Yep. I agree. Yeah, man. Yeah. I totally agree with you, Dex.
So, in my conclusion, in my simple conclusion, Confine. Thanks for rocking with. First of all, let's shout out everybody that's rocking with us. Shout out everybody rocking with Flight Sports TV, the machine, the voice of the voiceless, the people's champ, the hottest in these streets. Shout out to all the night riders out there that's on the road, in the house, or at work, or walking back and forth through your military barracks. Shout out to you and salute that you're rocking with Flight Sports TV. And let me tell you, your presence at this moment is definitely appreciated. So hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and hit that notification bell so you won't miss one iota of an exuberant experience. And we here at Flight Sports TV, thank you, Flight, for inviting us to a front row seat to this extravaganza. And what I like to also address is that we don't need to be envious of one another, because we don't have much to be envious of. Now, a lot of other people outside of our race are envious of us because we have so much joy having so little. And it's not the amount of quantity, but it's the amount of quality. And a lot of people outside of us could not survive with the minced portion of what we are given. They would jump off bridges. They would jump off buildings. They could not take it. If you can remember the roaring 20s, going into the 30s with the Depression, what happened? Look how devastating it was.
Yeah.
And did you know, Kalfani, what they don't teach you in school, that during the rolling 20s and the depressions of the 30s, we were building. We weren't jumping in front of streetcars. We wasn't jumping off of bridges, at least not in the multitudes. We were building because we have always lived in a depression. So when the depression came of 1930, it didn't affect us to that degree because we had always lived with a small amount of the portion that spilled off the rich man's table.
Yep.
And finally, we was looking over at all these people that were ending it all. They were ending it all. We looking at them was like, poor people. And those of them who happened to survive, who had a stronger mentality, we told them, welcome to the club. Now you're going to see what it's like being black. Because there's no money for you.
Yep.
You feel me?
I totally agree. So basically, we don't got no reason. I think as people, we don't got to be jealous of anyone because we could conquer anything we put our minds to. You know, it's just by nature.
And this is not bragging.
No.
This is evident.
What?
Black people as a whole are one of the only peoples who can make something out of nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And this what makes us unique over here in America. See, a lot of people don't realize how unique we are in America. Because coming from our situation, from chattel slavery, we were freed in 1865.
Mm.
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, 1865. Yeah.
With nothing. Nothing.
Yeah.
President Abraham Lincoln freed us as a people, not all black people. Some black people, you know, they had some good stuff going on. But the majority of black people, the overwhelming majority of black people who was in chattel slavery was freed with nothing. They didn't even give us a book. They didn't give us a manual on how to survive. You know, Ice Cube made that song, How to Survive in LA, and it was a manual to how to survive. They didn't even do that. They didn't do that. And then Texas had the nerves to keep the slaves for 2 extra years. And upon that freedom, that's how you get Juneteenth. So they claimed, the Lone Star State, Texas claimed that, and these were Democrats, I might add. They said that they didn't get the memo. You remember that? You remember that term? Oh, they didn't get the memo. That's where that term comes from. From the Lone Star State of Texas, who once had a president. And the United States had 2 presidents, President Sam Houston and the President of the United States. Said they didn't get the memo. So slavery was still legal, although it was illegal. It was still legal in Texas for 2 additional years. That's how you get the term. I didn't get the memo, or they didn't get the memo. Ooh, somebody snoring. Who's in there snoring like that? Somebody ate too much sugar.
Oh. Hey man, hey, you know what? A moment ago I was showing I had some links, man. I said, let me get myself together. So I'm up here sipping on some juice right now, some cold juice now. You know how it is with black folks, we get some good
Yeah,
food,
that
man.
was crazy, boy.
Oh
Yeah,
man.
yeah, yeah. They're going to sleep, boy. They go knock out like a bear. They're gonna hibernate. Yeah,
Hey,
so
ain't never
basically that's
lie.
bringing it in circle. So we don't have to be jealous. We don't have to be envious. But jealousy is accepted to a certain degree. But jealousy untamed, listen to me closely. Jealousy untamed turns into envy. So you have to tame your jealousy. You have to use your jealousy as a tool to your ambition.
Right.
Not use it as an inhibitor to someone else's success. That's envy.
Mm-hmm.
That you will take a man out, you will line him up with the blicket, with the because you just don't succeed. You don't want to see him in that low rider. You don't want to see him in that Range Rover, that Ferrari, that Porsche. You don't want to see him in that. You can see yourself in it, but you damn sure want to see him in it. And that will make you act other than yourself and make you commit an act that you will probably regret for the rest of your life because you didn't tame your jealousy. You allow it to overflow into envy, and envy is the direct line to death.
Yep.
Envy is the direct line to murder, to killing. So never allow your jealousy to reach envy. Never allow you, even if you feel that spirit coming up in you, that envy.
Yeah, Dex, wait for you to come back. I know you're breaking up a little bit. Yeah, that's real what Dex was talking about, yo. You don't gotta be as a you don't got no reason to be jealous or envy of each other, especially as black, you know what I'm saying, as color folks. You know what I'm saying, our job we should be trying to elevate each other and stop hating on each other, you know. Well,
I was
as
to
that
hear me,
saying
Alphonse.
go, it's always a hater. It's always gonna
But I
be
lost
a
I
hater.
lost my connection.
Yeah.
I'm sitting up
You
here
back?
running my mouth and lost my connection.
Yeah. Yeah. So you broke up. Yeah, I was waiting for you though. Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to land this plane. But yeah, do not allow your jealousy to seep outside of its frame and it turns into envy. Because once it gets into envy, oh my God, it's so difficult to turn back, to make a U-turn. And what I mean is that you allowing that envious spirit to come up and be like, I don't like that dude, man. I don't know why I don't like him, but I just don't like that dude, man. I ain't really see the dude move. And I know he got some good motion, but I just don't like that cat, man. I don't like him. I just, you start to formulate things in your head and it pictualize to you seeing yourself eliminating that person. You lining them up. You got the blanket. You got the stick, the pipe, the blower, whatever you call as a tool to eliminate that dude. And then you regret it for the rest of your life. Do not allow envy to come, even in this YouTube landscape. We get hit jobs from Flight Sports TV. We had a lot of shit that happened in the past, shit that's happening now, unnecessary stuff, just stupid. Because somebody think they're so smart, but they're really a stupor. And they allow good friendship, good connection, good camaraderie to escape because they are egomaniacs and undercover megalomaniacs.
Haters, undercover haters. Like I said, man, when I first come out, yeah, like I said, there's certain content creators I didn't like because they hate on the ball fact. Like, the guy, even Uncle Vern called him out on it. I would call him out too on them. I've been on his. I personally been on his stream something. Like, bro, you a hater, bro. You know what I'm saying? How you gonna
Yeah, it's all good.
you change up, bro? Like, I don't like that dude. Like, yeah, I think he was okay at first until he start, phony acting like you down with him, but you really not. But you always try to find a way to troll somebody, or especially the Ball family. I didn't like that dude after that.
Yep. I understand. I know how it gets sometimes, but it's all good.
But
some people operate in the negative. You see, you ever had a friend that always trying to find negative situations to spark them? You know what I'm saying? And no matter how much you try to turn it into a positive situation, they always want to be negative. Now, you try to share to them a different perspective, and they be like, "Oh, all right." But then 10 minutes later, he's springing up in another negative situation. And you be like, dude, we want to stop. Some people love to operate and be stimulated by negativity.
I mean, you got views, I know everybody want to make their money. I understand that. But damn, you gotta go by their way of doing it. Like, even if it's not true, but that's, that's not being real to me.
You'll be surprised what's on these YouTube streets. What type of content. I remember Uncle Vern sent me a link. And he sent me a link, and it was a bunch of young kids. They had nothing good to say about black people. Some of these kids were Mexican, some of them were white. And it was a shame that the Mexican kids were going more harder than the whites. So I asked one of the panelists, I said, are you guys really trying to learn, or are you just purging? Because if you're just purging, no matter what anybody say that has facts, you're not going to accept it. Because you already got into your head how things should be, and it's making you feel good. Because you guys are laughing in the realm of negativity. Oh, man, how old are you? That's what they said. How old are you? Wait a minute. What do my age got to do with introducing information? Right?
Right.
So already you subjecting yourself to your own way of thinking. You're not opening up. You're not opening. And you really don't want different perspective, because that's why you already align yourself with a self-defense mechanism by saying, how old are you? And now you're going to use that, my age or my age difference, to create a chasm between me and you. So I never gave him my age because I thought it was irrelevant what my age.
Right, exactly. Right.
Either I'm gonna give you knowledge or some information. I'm gonna give you some bullshit.
Right.
That's what you should be defending, not trying to already attack me based on my age. And so a lot of stuff that he said about the Mexican culture, I basically told him, I said, listen here, old wetback, because I got ignorant with him. Listen here, old river rat ass nigga. You don't even know what Mexicans are. Don't you know you the newest people that's on this earth as a culture? Your culture is only 500 years, a few years before slavery. So what do you know about the past? You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
I said, you ain't nothing but a mutt, to be honest with you, of Spaniard and Native American. And if you don't want to say Native American, say First Nation. That's what you are.
I'm gonna tell you about
And the
that.
reason why you are called brown people is because those natives that were amalgamated with the Spaniards were dark-skinned natives.
Mm-hmm.
Go down deep in Mexico, you'll see. You had layers of civilization down in Mexico, or what they call the Yucatan. You had the Mayans. You had the Olmecs. You had the Mayans. You had the Aztecs. You had the Toltecs. And you had, I forgot that last one. But you had layers of different various civilizations. And you guys were dark-skinned people until you got hit by the Spaniards, Magellan, and the rest of those cats.
Or you talking about when
De Leon?
The only reason why people are white because they went to the mountains. Started.
No, I'm not talking that far back. Mexico,
okay.
we're talking 500 years.
You
500 years with these type of Mexicans.
Oh,
because Mexico means mix.
Mix, yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? And the Spaniards gave them that name. And the Spaniards are Europeans. See, a lot of people think Spain is a Mexican. No, Spain is a European. It's just like a Roman, like a Greek, like a German, Portuguese, but they just speak Spanish, Latin. That's what Spanish is. So when those people set shore after the Moors have opened the gates of Vienna, they went out and explored. And some of those Spaniards that was exploring was half black, half white. But they didn't want to hear all that. They were trying to make it seem like blacks had no contribution to North America. And some say the world.
They need to stop that. They need to stop the madness, man. They know that all races come from started with Native Americans. Okay, come on, stop. They need to stop it, man.
So I went to the stream one time and I never went back because I said this is just a bunch of bull crap, and I ain't got time to allow BS to come into my mind because at the age that I am now, I know you cannot allow BS to permeate your mind and then try to filter it. It's just a waste of time.
Yeah.
Don't let BS come in your mind, period. When it comes to that. Not just chopping it up, having fun. Because you can block that out your mind and forget about a conversation. I mean, you can have a conversation 3 days ago and you can block it out your mind. And I say, Kalfani, remember that conversation we had? You're like, now I don't remember that. Because you blocked it out your mind. But some of us do it accidentally. But then you have some of us that is astute enough. We can do it purposely. Erase the conversation out of our mind. Put it in the corner, lock the door, and don't let it come out.
All right.
And that's what happens sometimes when you talk to people and they just be silly. We're not growing. You're not sharpening. Because men sharpen men like steel sharpens steel. And we're not sharpening each other when you consistently want to dwell off into the bullshit.
All right. Yeah, you know what though? It's just interesting though. Like, and see, it's really just a human race because racism is taught. It's taught. That's why.
Of course, it's a learned behavior.
It's taught, man. Because if you really think about it, like why that's just a it's shame in itself. Like We all bleed the same. We all eat.
Well, I can say this. I don't think we all the same, first of all.
I say we bleed the same. I say no. I didn't say we the same.
Yeah.
I say we
Because
bleed.
I think God made us unique.
Yes.
And each and every one of us have a uniqueness about us. And that uniqueness, which bring it to a Godhead, is that we bring it together and we refurbish the earth and we use it as a means of progress, moving forward, not destruction. Anytime we have to destroy something, we're put something in its place to replace it. You're not supposed to destroy something and leave it be, because then that is desolation.
Oh yeah, and you know what? It's crazy. In the Bible, racism it stated it is a sin because we know the word black. I know we the color folks because we know the word black mean less than, and the word white itself it means more superior. You know what I'm saying? We you know what I'm saying, most of us that knows that, but everybody doesn't know that.
Right. I know Third Base had broken down real well in their rap song back in the day. I can't think of the name of that rap song, but Third Base with Pete Nice and what's that other white boy name? There was two white boys to be honest with you, Third Base. It was Pete Nice and damn, I can't think of this dude. But anyway, it'll come. But yeah, they had a rap group back in the day. They broke down the difference between black and white, where that stuff started from, and how dumb it was, and things of that nature. And this is why I don't get into religious conversations or religious debates, because you never win that. Only thing you do is lose a soul. Nobody wins those religious debates. And I remember, and a lot of people are not mature enough, mentally mature enough to have religious debates, because they attach themselves to the rituals and customs of a religion and not attach themselves to the spirituality that binds us to religion, because all religion means is to rebind.
I mean,
re means again, and legion is to bind.
Yeah, and we could agree that something has been tempered. That's I said, rightfully divide the truth from the lies. And I just pray to God if I whether or not you're seeking for him, just steer me in the right direction.
And then also I believe that a lot of religion today, the way it is interpreted and the way that it is exercised or displayed, I believe it's a part of the Willie Lynch syndrome. See, a lot of people are not familiar with who Willie Lynch is.
I know.
And the Willie Lynch syndrome runs deep into our people, especially our people.
I thought you was about to say the Jim Crow area, man, for a minute outside.
No, not John Crow. This is way before John Crow.
You're right before, John Crow. Yeah, okay.
And Willie Lynch, I think Willie Lynch was from Virginia somewhere.
Virginia,
But Willie Lynch, what he did was, in a nutshell, he gave a speech on how to tame your slaves, because the slaves was becoming rambunctious and they was becoming uncivilized. Even though, would you expect out of slavery, right? You expect a civilized man to come out of slavery? No. But it got to the point where the slave masters were not the slave owners. It's a difference. The slave owners are the ones who's making money off of it. The slave masters was like the police, the slave patrol. They the one was breaking the slaves to keep them in order for the slave owner to profit off of their ability. So don't get that misconstrued. Slave master, slave owner. Now, the slave master was so brutal because they didn't have no love for our ancestors. They were so brutal that Willie Lynch had to come and disseminate information and how to keep the slave masters more of a manager than an abuser. And he equated the slaves as like cattle, like cows and chicken and turkeys and wildebeest and horses and everything similar to value in animals. That's why you get chattel slavery. So basically what he said was, in order to keep them from revolting and things of that nature, you have to spot differences and highlight the differences, separate the differences, give different preferential treatment, light over dark, long straight hair over curly hair, thin over fat. You know, all the different actualities of our physiology, and treat people and treat different slaves different, and don't over abuse the slave. Give some slave preferential treatment other than other slaves, and that's how you got the separation of house Negro, field Negro, and Malcolm X said there's another one, yard Negro. So once he taught them the science of separation, of divide and conquer within the slavery aspect, Willie Lynch became a legend. And so he was going to various plantations, teaching and training how to keep your slaves intact and keep them at a profitable level. Don't over abuse them. Make them profitable. So if you try to sell them, you can get the highest value for them. And that's Willie Lynch. And a lot of that, upon being freed, F-R-E-E-D, not free. Freed means still attached. Freed from slavery, the Willie Lynch syndrome have still plagued our people because it has been innated in our people, and nobody have tried. Well, I won't say nobody. Not many have tried to untangle that from us, especially our forefathers. Willie Lynch, the Willie Lynch syndrome.
Yeah. Yep. I could agree with that.
So we have to let that sink in. And then when we say, well, why we do this? Why we act like that? It's because a lot of that has been entwined in our DNA, and sometimes unsuspectedly it comes out and it's not have been identified.
Right.
But if you really want to know about Willie Lynch, look him up. Willie Lynch, and put slavery or something to attach to it, and you will get the whole spiel of what Willie Lynch is all about. And that syndrome still plagues us as a people because we have yet to be unraveled from that. It's still entwined in our DNA to some degree because we need a doctor. We need a doctor. Is there a doctor in the house?
Well, you better pray and work on your spiritual. You know what I'm saying? Spirituality. That's gonna help you. You know, over time, if you really seeking that, you know, the person gotta seek it though.
And that's why it's important to fight the spirit of envy inside us so it won't cause us to commit a heinous act.
Yep.
I know it sounds easy than practicality, but you have to practice. When you feel that type of energy coming up, try your best to change your energy field. Think of something lovely. Think about riding a bike. Think about when you won your first race. Just think about something positive in your life, whether it's back in the day or whether it's current. And slowly but surely, that type of stuff will dissipate. That type of bad energy will dissipate, and your force field will be more enjoyable.
Right. Hey, you know what's funny nowadays? Kids get mad. Kids say they nothing to do with it. They damn me read a book, man. They be ready to curse y'all nowadays.
Oh yeah, you can't tell nobody just read a book.
Read a book. No. Oh man. You know what, man? Like I said, ain't another one reading a book, though. Cause see, back when I was in high school, I didn't do a book report. You know, I wrote a book report off the top of my brain. I read books so much, I was able to do that. I was only student that did that, actually. And you know, that make me better than any other student that just read a lot of books. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you want to shut it down, Kafani?
I mean, yeah, man. If that's it for the show, man, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Flight Sports TV. You know what I'm saying? Dex up here, all SS Dex. Flight himself is probably in the back making videos, probably. Yeah, shout out to the chat. I guess shout out to the other people that was on the panel. And we do this again later on today.
Yep. And please hit that like button on your way out. Please hit that subscribe button. And please hit that notification bell. And we're going to go ahead and let this one go. We've been at it for a long time. It's been juicy, pause, and it's been so some of the things about please go look and it's really okay, Kafani. We're gonna shut it down, bro.
All right, Dex. All right, later, bro. Yep.
All right.